We'll be, I think this one. We'll be starting in about 2 or 3 minutes, as soon as Janine gives the all clear signal. And Tam Doda called in this morning, and she's not able to be with us. And Felicia is in Florida, so we will have to take all the voting items early because Dee Dee will be leaving. Probably around 11:30 or so. So for those here for item 10, it'll be right after all the voting items. I think there are 4 of them. Good morning again. I'm Fran Spivey-Weber, Vice Chair of the Board. Today is Tuesday, December the 6th, 2016, and it is 5 minutes or so after 9, and I'd like to call the meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing the board members who are here. With me today is Doreen Diadamo, Dee Diadamo, to my left, and to my right is board member Stephen Moore. Mr. Howard, would you introduce your staff?
Yes, thank you. To my left, Chief Counsel Michael Laufer. To my right, John Bishop and Eric Oppenheimer, Chief Deputies. And assisting the board are Janine Townsend and Marilyn Nishikawa.
Now, the emergency procedures are, as many of you already know, look around and identify the exits that are closest to you in the event of a fire alarm, and you'll know it when you hear it. We're required to gather up our valuables and evacuate the room immediately. We're to evacuate to Cesar Chavez Park, which is catty-cornered across the street. And please obey traffic signals and be careful when crossing the street. I also want to let you know that this meeting is being webcasted and recorded, so please speak into the microphone, identify yourself when you come up. And the last most important thing is to turn off any cell phones or beepers or whatever you have. You'd be surprised how many times that doesn't happen, even up here. So. Now we're going to have presentations of Sustained Superior Accomplishments Award. First, Chris Kerrigan. Actually, Darren, you're second. I'm sorry. I'm going by what Janine told me to do. Right.
And even though I am an attorney by trade, I'll make these marks brief. Thank you, Ms. Spivey-Weber and board members. I'm really proud to be here to present this award today to two of my outstanding staff members, Jared Ramsey-Lewis and Anna Catherine Benedict. Can you guys come up here, please? I'm presenting this Sustained Superior Accomplishment Award as these people have worked over 2 years in the fraud, waste, and abuse prevention context of the Cleanup Fund and really have been instrumental in creating what we call the Consultants Debarment List. And this is a list of consultants who are no longer allowed to or have agreed not to do work for the Cleanup Fund and or other programs that we finance, including our grant programs, because of their history of fraud, waste, or abuse in the context of claims made against the Cleanup Fund. We now have 6 firms on the debarment list and 7 individuals on the debarment list in various capacities. And this is something the public has been asking me about since I started in this position over 5 years ago. What about these people you've investigated? How do we find out who they are? And can't you put out a list so that we're not retaining the same people over and over again? And yes, within certain limitations, we have been able to do that. And so on the debarment list, it lists the consultant, it lists our authority for having debarred them. Usually it's a judicial consent decree or what have you. So I'll start with Jared Ramsey-Lewis. He was an original member of the Fraud, Waste, and Abuse Prevention Pilot Project and has worked since its inception. He has a broad background in program knowledge and information, starting his career with the water boards out of the Fresno office, working there for about 5 years, and then 11 years in DWQ and WEMA, and then with us in the Fraud, Waste, and Abuse Prevention Unit. Unfortunately, Jared's second career is as a soccer referee on the weekends, and we may be losing him soon to his more preferred career, I think. So Jared's just done an outstanding job, a very dogged investigator, fantastic knowledge of statistical analysis as well as program knowledge, and he's been really the technical support behind many of our enforcement actions. Jared, thank you very much. Thank you. So Anna Catherine Benedict started with us in 2012. She's an attorney, a senior attorney, and in the beginning, we had to bring all these actions judicially in court, and so I was looking for someone with a little bit of litigation background to fulfill this position, and she has it. I was concerned the first time I sat with her in a settlement meeting, and she started referring to opposing counsel as y'all. And then I remembered that she did her legal work at Vanderbilt Law School, and that's where she got it. Also, if you ever need to know anything about the Detroit Tigers or the Michigan State Spartans, anything back to the beginning of time with those two teams, she's a statistical yearbook of information. But again, a really dogged prosecutor, an excellent investigator, and an excellent negotiator, because many of our resulting debarments are the result of negotiation with the contractors, because we don't necessarily have the statutory authority to just say you're cut off. So Anna Catherine, thank you very much, and an excellent job. Well done. Yeah. I think y'all have to have a photograph. That should be in the middle. Oh, okay.
It'd actually be better because you're taller if you were. Yeah. And if we get you guys up, I'm just going to flip down just a little bit. Okay. Perfect. All right. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
See, Brett? It can happen.
For an attorney, that was quick.
Thank you very much.
You said I was second. Can I go now,
Darren,
Fran?
you're
Thank
on.
you. Thank you. Okay, so I don't know whether this is a it takes a village or misery loves company, but my crew has lined themselves up against the firing wall. I mean the wall over here. Let me read their names to you. Actually, Josh Cease is missing at the moment, but Josh Cease, Kim Gosen, Noel Gordon, Gary Chan, Robin Groves, Fan Fan, as well as Brian Kinney, Daisy Rios, Ryan Mitchell, Denise Walker, Robert Smith, Stephanie Lopez, who's also missing today, and Gandhi Morales. That's a big team. All right, so I'm going to start off with the moral of this story before I read this well-written explanation as to what went on here, because it's very detailed. All right, so the moral of the story is we got exceptional people from CDPH. We did not get exceptional records. All right, so upon the combining of CDPH, the Drinking Water Program, to the State Water Board on July 24th, as a super high priority assignment, this team here was required to reconcile encumbrances and expenditures for bond-funded drinking water projects from Proposition 84, 50, 40, and 13. Loads of fun, huh? Yeah, seriously. The Department of Finance would not approve funding program's budget change proposal request because of unconfirmed appropriation balances. All right, so that's bureaucratic gobbledygook for we couldn't write a check until we got all the records straight, which is super serious for a division of financial assistance, right? When you can't provide any financial assistance. I mean, it doesn't get any dire than that. As a result, the State Water Board, oh, I already read that part, sorry. Basically, at the same time, the Department of Finance initiated an audit on the State Water Board's bond-funded programs, including the initial transfer appropriations from CDPH. You know, so insult to injury. And then in the interim, voters passed Proposition 1 on November 14th, which also allocated $2.145 billion to the State Water Board to provide safe drinking water and water quality programs. All right, that's still not enough, right? Okay, so on top of that, we decided that we should have a drought emergency funding program that would be administered by this same group with existing resources without adding anything else. All right, you know, we just stacked the deck against them, right? All right, so this bond reconciliation project and implementation of Prop 1 produced a barrage of reporting requirements because the legislature doesn't like to give us money without us explaining exactly every penny we spend, as well as with high priority assignments, and while maintaining existing workload, this team here continued to work diligently to provide sound fiscal analysis and ensure funds were not over-allocated and were awarded to appropriate projects. The staff also served to maintain a high level of customer service, providing prompt responses to financial drills, BCPs, and Department of Finance auditor questions, which you have to answer snappy when they ask. So this team had to essentially recreate the expenditure records for each project because they were not able to get reliable information from CDPH. I think I should repeat that. This team had to essentially recreate the expenditure records for each project. Now remember, I read Proposition 84, 50, 40, and 13. Yeah, this is serious stuff. This took an extensive amount of time and effort, and I think that's pretty much an understatement. This tedious and comprehensive project required staff to work overtime to complete the reconciliation in a timely fashion and ensure accuracy. The outcome of the project affected future bond sales. Inaccurate information could have serious financial repercussions to the state, and the projects were funded. So, I mean, in essence, these are unsung heroes. These are deep down in our administrative group. You don't get to see them often, but really pulled a rabbit out of the hat, did a hat trick. I don't know what other things you want to throw in there, but basically saved our bacon. Did I throw enough ones in? And I'm super appreciative, really, of all of the work they performed to make this happen. You know, when it all works well, you don't get to hear about it unless I stand up here and do something like this to recognize it, because if it had all gone really bad, then I'd been up here explaining all the time why we weren't getting it done. So I guess I owe me the biggest thanks to them for getting this done. So thank you, crew, and that's super appreciative. And if you will funnel this way, we will try to get a photograph, and Christine will help me give you your well-deserved plaques and checks. Thank you so much.
That's what it takes to get safe drinking water in our state. Hard work by a lot of great public servants.
Well, and we'll also get to congratulate the other part of the drinking water program. Now we'll... you have to just sit there or stand there and look pretty. This is a resolution presentation to Cindy Forbes, who is retiring, but I suspect we'll see some of her efforts over the next few years too. So I hope this is not goodbye.
Well, thank you. Today we're gathered here with our fearless leader, Cindy Forbes. Oh, can you hear me now? Let me see. Maybe I'll sit here. We're here with our fearless leader, Cindy Forbes, and fortunately we have the signatures of every board member before Felicia left the state on a resolution that's been given due consideration by the board and is well established by the record. And I want to present this into the record today for posterity. Whereas Cindy A. Forbes has demonstrated amazing leadership, courage, and ability in the quest for safe and reliable drinking water for all. Whereas Cindy began her career with the state of California as a student engineer, and throughout her 38-year career in the drinking water program, Cindy has taken it as a challenge to tackle the toughest issues and speak for safe water for all. Whereas Cindy remains a true Fresno State bulldog throughout her career, always biting into the biggest issues, never barking up the wrong tree, loyal to her staff like only a true bulldog can be. Whereas Cindy's extraordinary talents and skills, fearlessness, toughness, street smarts, book smarts, and overall good cheer has helped solve numerous drinking water problems and challenges for communities throughout the state. Whereas Cindy has guided and directed a seamless transition of the drinking water program from the Department of Public Health to the State Water Board. Whereas during her tenure as Deputy Director for the Division of Drinking Water, Cindy has led the development and implementation of significant new planning, policy, and statutory authorities to help ensure safe drinking water, particularly for disadvantaged communities. The next one you know is true. Whereas Cindy has always spoken up and made it easy to know exactly where she stands on every drinking water issue. This one's from you, Fran. Whereas Cindy has shown exemplary skill at balancing her family life and a very demanding work life. Therefore, be it resolved today that the State Water Resources Control Board applauds and thanks Cindy A. Forbes for her dedication and hard work over the past 38 years, she started young, in ensuring safe drinking water for California. And today we wish her health, happiness, and fulfillment in her retirement, including enjoying time with her husband, Tim, family and children, and her forthcoming grandchild.
And before we do any more, I want to make sure that Gerald James comes up and says something for PECG, the Professional Engineers in California Government.
Thank you very much, members of the board and executive staff and other staff. It's not too often that we do this. I'm Gerald James with the Professional Engineers in California Government, and we're here because of a groundswell of support from employees within the Division of Drinking Water wanted us to be here. So on behalf of the 13,000 employees of the state of California who are members of PEG and the board of directors, which includes our president, Robert Lumahan, and I want to note our president-elect, Satita Bergquist, is the first, she works in the Division of Drinking Water, and she's the first statewide elected president from the water boards. So she wishes she could be here to make this presentation, but I'll have to do for now. Your dedication to the people of the state of California through your service in the Division of Drinking Water and the Drinking Water Program from Public Health and the transition to the water boards is amazing. And that's why we're here today. It's the idea of safe drinking water for all. Because of your work, people are able to take that for granted. And for the hundreds of engineers, hundreds and hundreds, I would say, over the years of folks in the field offices, they were able to rely upon your technical expertise and your leadership. And the foundation that you built will endure, and for generations to come, the drinking water program will succeed. And so on behalf of PEG, we just wanted to congratulate you on your retirement, and we do have a retirement cube here from PEG, and I will read it. It says, in recognition, Cindy Forbes, in recognition of a dedicated career of public service and upon retirement from the state of California. So thank you.
Vice Chair Spivey-Weber, I'd just like to extend my personal thanks to Cindy. She picked up when the Department of Public Health came over in the drinking water program, and she was the first of the deputy directors for the Division of Drinking Water. She's been instrumental in the transition to the Water Board and been a very great pleasure to work with, and thank you, Cindy.
Why don't you come up and let's get a picture? Tom? Okay, good. We have one person for public forum, Steve Kuzara, and you asked for 5 minutes, but I'm going to have to just give you 3. Is Mr. Kuzara in the building? Oh, there he is. Okay. Just go to the center right there and introduce yourself. Oh no, it should be, yeah.
Hello? Got it? Hello? All right. Well, thank you, Board, for having me here and the Executive Committee. As Fran said, my name is Steve Kuzara, and I'm with a company called Viken. We are a technology company out of beautiful Sun Valley, Idaho. And we have a technology platform we've been developing to address the very problem that you are discussing here, safe, clean drinking water. You know, it's kind of like, many of you have seen the movie Martian with Matt Damon, and he's stuck on Mars, and he's realizing at the point that he's running out of resources, and he came to the conclusion, and this is a quote from a movie, I'm going to have to engineer the shit out of this. That's what we do as a technology company. And I'm going to keep it brief. I'm a tech guy. So we have a system outside in the hallway. And if you have 15 minutes, we'd love to share with you the technology we've developed, the ecosystem that we've developed that is designed to put a little bit of sanity, trust, and efficiency in the drinking water problem. And thank you.
Thank you. And I encourage everyone to check it out. Are there any?
How long will you be out there? Thank you.
Are there any other members who would like to address the board under public forum? Okay, next we will consider the minutes from November 15 board meeting. I will entertain a motion.
I move adoption.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. They are adopted. Before we begin items 2 and 3, or as an introduction to items 2 and 3, we will hear from staff. These are uncontested items, so we're not taking them off the uncontested list unless there's someone here who wants to speak to them. But staff need to do an introduction before we take a vote.
Vice Chair, members of the board, my name is Ryan Mallory Jones. I'm an attorney with the Office of Chief Counsel. The items before the board are the proposed own motion orders for petitions A2455 and A2456 concerning the San Francisco Bay and San Diego Regional Water Board MS4 permits. Per our regulations, final disposition by the State Water Board is required within 270 days from the date a petition is deemed complete. If the State Water Board has not made a formal disposition within this time frame, the regulations deem the petition denied. When the State Water Board anticipates completing review of a petition after this period, it may indicate that it will review the matters on its own motion. In these cases, that 270-day period ends on December 9th. In order to avoid unnecessary litigation and to preserve their claims, petitioners are free to place their petitions in abeyance, and almost all have done so. The orders here propose to delay consideration of these two petitions until consideration of a petition concerning Los Angeles County's watershed management programs, file A2386, is complete. There are two reasons for this. The first, and primary reason just being workload. We do not have the amount of people needed to simultaneously address the petitions all at the same time, and the second being the possibility that the Watershed Management Program petition may inform consideration of the San Francisco Bay and San Diego petitions, even though the actual issues raised are not identical, due to the fact that they all address alternative compliance pathways. Multiple comments were received. They encouraged the State Board to act quickly on the petitions. They argued that sequencing of the petitions is inappropriate due to the lack of overlap between the actual issues raised themselves, and they emphasized that the petitioners wanted all of their concerns addressed. A few permittees asked for a stay of the permits themselves in the meantime, although that itself would take a large amount of staff time and resources. We appreciate and understand the comments raised, particularly the need to act quickly, and we are fully committed to do so. We just will not be able to within the 270-day time period. Thank you.
Any other comments, Bill?
No, just, wanted to echo, we're committed to working through these things as quickly as we can. We're just balancing our limited staff resources with the multiple priorities the board's working on. And we owed it, I think, to the written commenters who were not going to be here today, just to put that commitment on the record for you.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, I read the comments and it made me think, or I think it's the intent of that you've indicated, Mr. Mallory Jones, to do everything we can to create efficiency in our process. So if we don't come up with a joint order and that sort of thing, we still would use the same board hearing to consider different proposed orders. Is there an administrative strategy that you're going to employ?
Well, actually, I don't anticipate that we would do a joint order dealing with both the San Diego and San Francisco Bay municipal stormwater permits. We are going to try to move forward with both of those at the same time. We're not completely waiting until we're finished with the Los Angeles Watershed Management Program petitions, but we just, we aren't going to be able to put out a draft or get too far along the road until we've finished this effort.
Thank you. Any other questions? Then we have 2 uncontested items. Do I need to read both of these? Okay. 2 uncontested items. I will entertain a motion for both.
Move adoption for the uncontested items 2 and 3.
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. They have been adopted or passed. Consideration has been passed. Okay, we had said that we would try to move item 10 up, but we have several items that we need to vote on. And so we will take those up and then we will take up item 10. The first one is item number 4 is consideration of a resolution to approve Clean Water State Revolving Fund Small Community Grant Financing for the Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1 Cascade Shores Community Leach Field Project. This is a funding project, so I think those here for item 10 will understand we need to address this.
Good morning, Vice Chair Spivey Weaver and members of the board. I'm Jennifer Toney, the senior for the Small Community Wastewater Unit. Item number 4 on the agenda is a resolution, like you read, to approve Clean Water State Revolving Fund and Small Community Grant for Nevada County's Cascade Shores Project. I apologize for the last minute changes. We do have change sheet number 1 in the back of the room. So I was planning on going through the project briefly, why we're taking it to the board, and then to go through the changes. If that's
Definitely
okay.
focus on the changes.
On the changes,
All of us have been briefed on the project itself.
All right, so the changes in change sheet number 1 include some editorial changes, but the biggest changes are to the financial conditions. The financial conditions that were in the original were the conditions that were approved during the financial review, and so we placed those in there. And upon further review, we decided to strike them out to reserve some flexibility to negotiate the exact financial terms during the preparation of the agreement. So what we wanted to prevent if there was further changes to those between the board adoption and the financial agreement, we didn't want to have to come back to the board for some minor changes. So We have sent the financial conditions to the district, and they approve of those, and we do anticipate that they will be in the agreement.
Are there any cards on this item? Shall we hear what the commenters have to say, and then we'll move, we can respond or move to vote. The first is Nate Beeson. The second is Nicole Morgan. Okay.
Morning,
Hi, Nate.
Madam Vice Chair, board members. I'm Nate Beeson. I'm a member of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors and the Nevada County Sanitation District Board of Directors. I really have 2 points. One, I want to thank the staff for all the work they put into this little project. And I know that it took more than just a wink and a nod. And thank you very much. The second thing I want to say is your affirmative action on this item will help us resolve a long-standing water quality issue we've had. It's been very daunting for us. Plus, it will get the ratepayers out of financial purgatory. I think short-term, it's going to protect them from, well, it's going to have a substantial benefit in cost. I think, well, 2 of you visited up there, and you know that they're paying $2,400 a year for sewer alone, which is tough for them. And also, long-term, I think it's going to help us avoid any potential problems that could occur that would involve the county, the state, and who knows. But anyway, thank you very much. I anticipate your affirmative action, and thank you again.
Thank you, and I hope you have a good retirement as well. Nicole, I'm sorry.
Morning, Vice Chair and members of the board. I am Nicole Morgan, and I am here today on behalf of Pamela Creedon, Executive Officer of the Central Valley Water Board. I'm here to express our strong support of the resolution before you today, proposing an approval of the SRF loan and community grant for the Nevada County Sanitation District's Cascade Shores Community Leach Field project. I would like to provide a little background of what's led the region to support this project. I did have a couple of slides. I believe you probably have them, and so it's basically the second one. And so this picture here shows the discharge and adds some context to my discussion here. The district received its first permit to discharge the land from the Central Valley Regional Board in 1984. Over the next few years, the facility experienced chronic failures during the winter, resulting in discharge of raw sewage. In 1989, the Regional Board issued a cease and desist order requiring the district to complete the necessary improvements to comply with the permit. In 1993, the Regional Board issued the district an NPDES permit, which included more stringent requirements and allowed them to discharge the Gas Canyon Creek through the pipeline shown on this slide. To comply with the new permit, the district installed a packaged tertiary treatment plant in 1996. In May and December of 2005, landslides occurred above the treatment facility, resulting in a large sewage spill. As a result, the Regional Board issued a cleanup abatement order requiring the district to stabilize the hillside above the treatment plant or protect the plant from future landslides. In 2006, the Regional Board issued a cease and desist order for failure to stabilize the hillside and failure to comply with several effluent limits, including coliform, turbidity, ammonia, nitrates, and BOD that were included in their NPDES permit. Between 2006 and 2009, the district continued to have trouble complying with their effluent limits. During this time, the Regional Board's executive officer encouraged the discharger to look into land discharge options. However, the district decided to upgrade the existing facility. 3 months after the completion of these upgrades in December 2009, the district determined additional upgrades would be needed. The district completed the construction of the new tertiary plant in April of 2010. However, the district has continued to not be able to meet their effluent limits and have been assessed over $60,000 in mandatory penalties since constructing the new treatment plant. Over the past 20 years, the district has repeatedly tried to comply to its NPDES permit, but has not been able to. This is for various reasons, and one of them being that their potable water supply is low in hardness, which results in low effluent limits for metals, including copper, which is what they're having trouble complying with. In April 2015, the Regional Board issued the district a time schedule order to allow them time to come into compliance with copper and zinc. And it also provided them protection from accruing additional mandatory penalties for these constituents. The order requires the district to obtain funding to complete the construction of a leach field project by June 30th, 2018. Without approval of the funding before you today, the district will not be able to comply with the region's enforcement action. I would also like to note the district's protection from mandatory penalties ends in December 2018. This will result in the district being assessed a minimum fine of $3,000 for every violation of an effluent limit contained in their permit. In addition, when the district's NPDES permit is renewed in 4 years, they will likely be subject to even more stringent effluent limits than what they have in their current permit. At this time, I would like to show, let's see here, the next slide here. As shown in this picture and the first one, the district currently discharges a small amount of water to a steep canyon. Because this minimum amount of water has to travel down the canyon to the creek, there are times that none of the discharge even makes it to the creek. But because their final discharge location is a water of the U.S., they have to right now be under an NPDES permit, which subjects to them to these minimum penalties. Therefore, the region does not believe that the elimination of the discharge to the creek will have an impact on it because of how, many times it doesn't make it there. And it's such a small amount of water. The region is strongly in favor of the project before you today and believes that while the district will be taking on an additional loan, the savings in operation and maintenance costs for running the NPDES facility will offset the loan payments. In conclusion, I would like to stress the importance of this project and strongly recommend that the State Board approve the funding for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Unless there are any comments from board members, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move adoption of staff recommendation with change sheet number 1, as I did not hear any objections from the discharger to those to changes. And I have to note, as as a wastewater engineer, going from septic to sewer, it seems like a great idea in most places, but it doesn't work everywhere. And you have to take advantage of the natural setting you have to come up with the best wastewater solution. So thanks everyone for your patience in working through this, and I support the project.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now we will move on to the next finance item, which is Kettleman City. Consideration of a proposed resolution to approve funding for the Kettleman City Community Services District Surface Water Treatment Plant Project, Drinking Water State Revolving Loan Fund, and Proposition 84. And once again, the board members have been briefed on this item, so if there are changes, let us know, but otherwise, you can summarize.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Vice Chair and members of the board. My name is Kim Din, and I'm a staff engineer with the Division of Financial Assistance. I'm here to represent the project that I'm working on for Kettleman City Community Water District Services District. The reason we brought this up to the board's attention is of the long-standing issues, water quality issues in Kettleman City. Kettleman City is a small disadvantaged community water systems with a median household income of $21,000 a year. So the district serves about 1,500 people, so 350 service connections, and its water is 2 wells. The focus of the project is the construction of a surface water treatment plant. The district evaluated 3 options. One is the groundwater with treatment. The other one is consolidation with City of Avenel. Groundwater with treatment would be the lowest cost project. However, the alternative was not a preferred alternative because of the communities not very optimistic of the close proximity of the district and the chemical waste management facility. The chemical waste management facility is 3.5 miles west of Kettleman City. Consolidation with the city of Avenel is not a feasible solution because they're 8 miles apart, and it requires the city to upgrade its surface water treatment plant. Therefore, the construction of a surface water treatment plant is the only alternative that is acceptable for this community. There are some challenges that the district has faced, and there are some concerns with the Division of Drinking Water and the Division of Financial Assistance. The first concern we have is the water availability. The district has no surface water rights. However, in 2014, through the agreement, the County of Kings allocated the district up to 900 acre-feet per year of its state water project. However, the amount is subject to prorated reduction due to a shortage of state water project. And at this time, we don't know the reduction amount, what the reduction amount is. The district has no backup surface water sources. However, the district plans to keep the wells as the backup water supply during the shortage of the state water project, but there are no plans on treatment or blending of groundwater. Another concerns that the staff has is the district financial capability. The district cannot afford the construction capital costs and is seeking $1.9 million from USDA Rural Development and $7.5 million from the State Water Board. In 2014, the county entered into an agreement with the district to contribute tipping fees collected from chemical waste management into a trust fund in the amount of up to $150,000 per year. This trust fund supplements the O&M costs for the district to operate the surface water treatment plant. And it was reflected and adopted in the rate increases that was approved in March of 2015 and implemented in July of the same year. The last concerns that the district, that the staff has is the district may lack sufficient fund to sustain operations if chemical waste management ceases to operate hazardous waste facility in the future. Currently, the community pays about $50 per month for the water rate, and it is expected to be at about $57 a month when the water treatment plant is online in 2019. So in conclusion, even though constructing a surface water treatment plant is more expensive than a groundwater with treatment, however, it is the only acceptable solution for the community. The community has lost its confidence in groundwater quality due to natural occurrence of contaminants and the close proximity with the chemical waste management. Therefore, staff recommend the board to authorize the Deputy Director of Division of Financial Assistance to enter a financing agreement with the district in the amount of $7.5 million in grant funding. Initially, we were going to go with grant and principal forgiveness from state water drinking state revolving fund, drinking water state revolving fund. But we're now going with Proposition 1 instead, and Proposition 84. And we would like to ask the board to authorize the Deputy Director to allow him to increase the financing agreement amount for good cause. The amount is consistent with the financial limit determined by subsequent financial review and with the funding cap of this year's drinking water state revolving fund intended use plan. That's all I have. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. You wanna?
Well, thank you for bringing this before us and for the presentation. I've been out to the community, and I think that this is the appropriate approach, especially because of as you say, they've lost confidence in the ability to have a groundwater solution. I would just like to hear from you, though, with respect to the record and the chemical waste management facility. Because it's in close proximity, but there hasn't been a finding of any contribution to the groundwater aquifer, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I wonder if it's worth discussing the fact that it's so dependent on state water project water. And can you articulate this from a public health standpoint? What are the safeguards? What are the assurances that that the overall system provides to Kettleman City that, with the investment in the surface water treatment facilities, what kind of assurance in terms of if there's a lower allocation in the project, do they get some preference because of health and safety concerns, for instance? Is that embedded in the contract with Kings County? And as our Division of Drinking Water always considers, from a public health standpoint, what are the backup water sources in case the state water project allocations are cut and the minimums aren't met?
Like I mentioned, the district plans to keep the wells, the existing wells for their supply, and they are still seeking. Initially, the district has a commitment with Westlands Water District back in 2011. However, staff reached out to Westlands Water District this year, and because of the drought, they are not committed right now, and the district is understanding that. This district is still actively reaching out to other communities, other agencies in the area to secure surface water treatment supply.
Good. So those efforts continue.
Yes.
And you did mention that groundwater continues to be a backup. From an engineering standpoint, is there treatment facilities for the groundwater that are adequate in place now, or will this new facility add to that in terms of the treatment drain?
Currently, there are no plan. The district is violating the arsenic level, though the best solution probably is to blend the surface water treatment and the groundwater.
Good. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Good morning, Vice Chair and Board Member. If I may to add to the
Introduce
situation-
yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Yun Chun Lei. I'm a senior engineer with the Division of Financial Assistance, and my unit is overseeing and managing the Kettleman project here. If I may add to what Kim had tried to answer your concern about the source water capacity that Kettleman, the district, get from a state water project. Currently, their maximum demand is around 300 acre-feet per year, and the agreement that King County had with the district allow up to 900 acre-feet per year. So with some reduction with the state water project, we don't foresee that they will run into a big problem with their source. And like Kim added, they also have groundwater wells that they could tap into to plan if need to, even though the groundwater is having a arsenic problem currently, and they don't have any plan to treat those.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. So it's 900 versus 300. The current demand is about 300 acre-feet per year. The contract allows for 900, so there is the ability to withstand a 67% reduction.
Correct.
Okay. Well, those sound like a lot of redundancies that are built in, and yet it's a margin of safety question that we're going to have to continue to watch.
How much will it cost to do the proper treatment for the groundwater?
I have a cost that was evaluated in 2011. The cost to drill the well with treatment would probably about $8.6 million. and the cost for the surface water treatment plant at current amount is $9.4 million. This is the current amount for the surface water treatment plant.
I have two cards, Brian Skaggs, followed by Sylvia Maldonado. You asked for 5 minutes. If we could make it 3 minutes, that would be great.
Good morning, Vice Chair and members of the board. I will go, Brian is our engineer, and if you have questions, he will answer them. My name is Sylvia Maldonado, and I am the chairperson for the Kettleman City Community Service District. We at Kettleman City have been looking forward to our surface water treatment plant for many years since I became a board member about 12 years ago. We are appreciative of the state's efforts to fund the program and are looking forward to beginning work. We would like to request that the board approves the funding as it's in dire need for us. And I just want to thank you for your support.
Thank you. I'll call for the vote in just a second, but I want to, particularly since the folks are here from Kettleman City, public perception is extraordinarily important, and clearly that is a situation that's going on right here. But it's also, public perception can change. We'll see that in the next issue that we discuss, recycled water. And so it is, I cannot emphasize enough how important it will be to keep your groundwater well available and start to consider the blending opportunities that you have for the future, because we don't know what the rainfall situation will be. We don't know what the state project will be able to carry. Being dependent on that source of funding or that source of water is quite challenging, and having minimal amounts of money to supplement your rates is also something that we, in many situations, it would be a big barrier that would be almost impossible, if not impossible, to overcome. So I just urge you not to stop with thinking this is the end of the project. This is really the beginning, and I know you know that, and we will be here to help you as we can. I will call for a vote.
I'd like to move staff's recommendation.
All in favor?
Aye.
And it has passed. Aye.
Thank you.
And finally, let's move on to, this is the last of the voting items, to move on to item number 6, consideration of a proposed resolution reaffirming support for the development of salt and nutrient management plans, and direct staff to initiate stakeholder process to update the recycled water policy. And once again, if you can move this along fairly quickly, that would be very helpful. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Vice Chair Weber, Spivey Weber, and members of the board. I'm Laura McClellan. I'm an environmental scientist in the statewide policies and planning unit in the Division of Water Quality. To my left is Shala Faranak, Assistant Deputy Director of the Division of Water Quality, and Claire Wagoner, Supervising Environmental Scientist of the statewide policies and planning unit in the Division of Water Quality. We also have Timothy Regan of the Office of Chief Counsel. I'm here today to present for the board's consideration a proposed resolution to reaffirm support for the development of salt and nutrient management plans and to direct staff to initiate a stakeholder process to update the recycled water policy. The proposed resolution includes a statement of support for salt and nutrient management plan development and encourages collaboration among salt and nutrient management planning groups, the agricultural community, and groundwater sustainability agencies established per the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. The proposed resolution also includes language to direct staff to initiate stakeholder outreach to get input on proposed changes to the recycled water policy, convene a science advisory panel, and present an amendment to the recycled water policy by December 2019 for consideration by the State Water Board. In the resolution, the State Water Board would direct staff to consider several elements when updating the recycled water policy, including revised goals and mandates for the use of recycled water, recommendations for the development of a framework for basin-wide monitoring networks to support implementation of salt and nutrient management plans, as well as the nexus between the provisions of the recycled water policy, Sustainable Groundwater Management Act requirements, groundwater recharge regulations, and surface water augmentation regulations, to name a few. This resolution is not a regulatory action, and no changes to the recycled water policy are being proposed. I'm now going to give some background on each of these elements. So the recycled water policy was developed by stakeholders and adopted by the State Water Board in 2009. The policy aims to promote the development of recycled water by streamlining permitting for recycled water projects while making sure water quality is protected. The policy required a science advisory panel to be convened to provide recommendations on future actions related to constituents of emerging concern, or CECs. In 2013, the recycled water policy was amended to include monitoring requirements for CECs in recycled water. The policy requires the State Water Board to re-evaluate the state of science for CECs and update the policy as needed every 5 years. The proposed resolution directs staff to reconvene the Science Advisory Panel to update its 2010 report and to guide future actions related to CECs. Some groundwater basins in the state contain salts and nutrients that exceed or threaten to exceed water quality objectives established in the basin plans. The recycled water policy addresses this by requiring salt and nutrient management plans to be completed and submitted to the regional water boards. The target dates for the completion of these management plans have passed. In total, regional boards have received 28 management plans and 17 are still in progress. As you can see in the map in right, the green shows where the management plans are in progress or have been completed, and no management plans are in progress in the orange areas. At a March 2016 forum for the regional boards to share their experiences and challenges with the development and implementation of salt and nutrient management plans, the regional boards indicated their interest in a statement of support from the State Water Board for the continued development of these management plans because the deadlines had passed. So the resolution before you today includes a statement encouraging stakeholders to continue efforts to develop these management plans, giving priority to groundwater basins where salts and nutrients present a threat to water quality.
Is the Gamma program priority basin similar to the Sigma medium and high priority basin?
They don't fully overlap, but they share many of the same criteria for consideration of priority.
And while I appreciate that some are way ahead of others, there are a few. There's one region in particular that is woefully underrepresented on this map, and that's the Central Coast. And so what plans do you have for working particularly with the Central Coast, because they have huge nitrate problems, at least, if not other salt problems from intrusion. I mean, I can't think of a region that is more in need of these plans than that region. So, yeah. Steve?
86% of their drinking water comes from groundwater.
The best I can say is that we'll be looking at this when we are updating the policy.
So, Fran, this is Charlotte Farnock. Region 3 did attempt to come up with this alternative management plans. My understanding was part of the challenge was grappling with the issues of anti-deck as well as full participation from the group. So they are committed to dealing with the nitrate, but I think we need to follow up to executive management to see what other efforts or support we can provide them.
I strongly urge that you
Yes.
follow up with them because it's just, it cries out for some kind of explanation, and particularly with Sigma coming online fairly soon, and I mean, perhaps there can be some collaboration among the parties that are working on Sigma as well as the ones that are working on the salt nutrient plans. I mean, they're not that dissimilar. And so I make that a high priority as you move forward.
Yes, will do. Thanks.
I have 4 cards. I will put 3 minutes on the timer, although the first 2 only asked for 2 minutes.
I still have a few more slides.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
So we believe that an updated recycled water policy is appropriate because there have been advancements in the world of recycled water since the policy was last amended in 2013. The Governor's Water Action Plan calls for increased use of recycled water as a key tool to mitigate the effects of the ongoing drought and contribute to a more reliable long-term water supply. Recycled water is a continually evolving field, and the policy may not accurately reflect the current state of affairs or science for recycled water. A number of research organizations are supporting new research to advance the science of recycled water monitoring and treatment. In addition, there have been regulatory changes since the policy was last amended, including the addition of the Division of Drinking Water to the State Water Board, as well as new regulatory actions and laws such as the water reclamation requirements for recycled water use, uniform water recycling criteria for indirect potable reuse for groundwater recharge, and the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. The Division of Drinking Water is developing uniform water recycling criteria for surface water augmentation and is examining the feasibility of developing criteria for direct potable reuse. As a result of the ongoing drought, we believe that the amount and types of recycled water used in California has increased since the policy was last updated. Consequently, we think it's appropriate for the policy to provide more guidance to the regions with respect to agricultural uses, dust control, frost protection, and the like.
Yeah, and then there was also the 800 million or 900 million in low interest loans, which was around 10% of all of the money we have ever loaned in the Clean Water State Revolving Fund program to recycle water at low interest rate in the last couple of years.
So the policy includes goals and mandates to increase recycled water use over 2002 volumes. As of the most recent survey in 2009, 669,000 acre-feet per year of municipal wastewater were recycled for beneficial reuse. To determine whether the amount of recycled water used in California has increased since the last survey was conducted, and to evaluate the state's progress toward meeting these mandates and goals, the Division of Financial Assistance is collaborating with the California Department of Water Resources to conduct a survey of 2015 recycled water use in California. They've had some difficulty in getting responses. In late June, the water recycling survey notifications were sent to 286 agencies. By August 31st, 126 surveys had been completed. Staff has vigorously reached out to all outstanding agencies, and as of November 18th, 13 agencies remain to submit a survey. At the June 2016 adoption hearing for the water reclamation requirements for recycled water use, the board directed staff to evaluate ways to make this information readily available through recycled water reporting requirements. Because of this, the proposed resolution includes a statement directing staff to propose an efficient, statewide reporting and data management system for volume, quality, and use of recycled water to help ameliorate this scenario. The expansion of recycled water throughout the state is due in part to strong investment in recycled water, as you just mentioned. Through various bonds, as well as the state revolving fund, the State Water Board since 1978 has spent a total of $1.85 billion on recycled water projects. Of that amount, about $4.3 million was spent on recycled water research. Funding for these projects has contributed to more than 500,000 acre-feet per year of recycled water in California. The recycled water policy was intended to streamline permitting for recycled water projects. With the influx of projects throughout the state, in part due to this increased funding for recycled water, it is appropriate to examine whether the policy should be updated to reflect this changing landscape.
Well, this is interesting numbers, but there probably is a bit of a curve, an uptick in the last 5 years. But this goes back, as you said,
In 1978.
all the way, 30 odd years. So when you crunch these numbers in this last wave, do we have a sense of the proposed acre feet per year? Because it's 500,000, I would throw out 400,000 might be associated with recent funding.
So these numbers are as of November 9th of this year. So I think they do incorporate the most recent figures that the Division of Financial Assistance has. I don't know what the trend looks like.
But it's my understanding that we're supposed to be getting at the end of this year, which isn't very far away, the actual numbers of water use. But you can write, people justify it and engineers say it, but this 500,000 is not what we're after. We're after how much recycled water is actually used versus how much has been spent on it. And that gives us then the amount per acre foot that the water has cost. And it makes it much easier for us to determine if it's a good investment, a bad investment, an okay investment, a fabulous investment. Without that information, my recommendation to future boards is don't spend another penny until we know how much we're getting for the money.
All right, so all your wastewater agencies, complete the survey.
So for this resolution, staff solicited comments from within the water boards, as well as from environmental justice, agriculture, wastewater, and recycled water representatives. Most feedback was incorporated into the proposed resolution. We plan to begin the contracting process in January to reconvene the Science Advisory Panel for CECs. In parallel, we will begin the stakeholder process for updating the recycled water policy. We are proposing a more conventional stakeholder engagement process than that of the 2009 recycled water policy, in that it will be State Water Board driven and will include broad stakeholder engagement, as is standard for bringing policies before the board. So to conclude, staff recommends the adoption of the proposed resolution. Thank you for your time.
We'll take comments from board members after the four speakers. Jennifer West is first, then Adam Link, then Leslie DeBalia, and Sean Bothwell.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer West. I'm the Managing Director of Water Reuse California. I want to thank you very much, the board and the staff, for your work on this resolution. We do believe the time is right to be updating the recycled water policy. There's a lot going on in recycled water, as you've seen in the presentation. With the advent of real influx of potable reuse for surface water, indirect potable reuse and direct potable reuse, as well as what we're going to hear about later on the agenda. So we think this is a good time and a forward look at recycled water. A few comments, and I think some of this will probably be fleshed out in the stakeholder process. On the salt nutrient management plans, we think that it's very, very important that the final policy allow flexibility for the regional boards to waive or delay the requirement to develop a plan in those basins where salt is not a problem. We saw the map and we know, and we heard the Central Coast is, but there are other areas in the state where potentially there's not. So we have some very firm language in the existing resolution we'd like to make sure that the regional boards have that flexibility going forward. And then also, obviously, we'll be discussing this in stakeholder. There's many contributors to the salt and nutrient problems in various basins, yet recycled water is the only industry where a permit could be denied where these plans are not in place. So with SGMA and the passage of SGMA, we're hoping that these plans can be developed in coordination as much as possible so we do not have to do joint plans to have that coordination where it's at all possible. We're very pleased to hear that the stakeholder process is going to consider the inclusion of agriculture in the policy. The 2009 policy really did not have agriculture, and of course it's a major user of recycled water, so that's very good. And then finally, specifically on resolution number 5, it speaks of the board's support and encouragement for indirect potable reuse. We think that's fantastic, but we also would like you to potentially expand that term to say potable reuse. That will include all those smaller types of projects that include surface water projects and potentially direct potable reuse in the future. We think that's important as you just move forward on this, that you look at that term and we talk about that broadly. So with that, I want to thank you and your staff again for your help on this, and we really look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
And get your folks to send in their information.
See that it was only 13 left, though.
And I saw that. That was great.
Them.
But think of how much.
Proud that there's only 13 left.
I'm glad there are only 13 left, but think how much time we have all spent on this, and it's the beneficiaries that are messing us up, and so it's not your fault.
Getting the survey.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
It really bothered them a lot. But no, I mean, the board and DWR have done a tremendous amount of work on it as well. So hopefully there's no big outliers on the 13. I think are fairly small. This last one I saw.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think she was part of the vigorous efforts to get.
No, I know, but she shouldn't have to do it either. This is crazy.
That was an interesting point you brought up about resolve number 5. We have the word indirect potable reuse. I want staff to think about it. You don't have to say it now, but whether we just strike indirect and just say potable reuse. Just food for thought.
Adam, and followed by Leslie, followed by Sean.
Good morning. Madam Vice Chair and board members. Adam Link with the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. First, let me say we appreciate that the resolution directs staff to reconvene the Science Advisory Panel to look at CECs, and also that there's a commitment to stakeholder engagement as part of any policy process update. Those are critical components, and we really appreciate that they're in there, and we support those elements. We also support the comments of water reuse that Jennifer just said about kind of the targeting of the salt and nutrient plan requirements. The one additional comment that we want to ask the board and staff is to consider the possibility of decoupling these SNMP requirements from the recycled water policy. I was not around when the original recycled water policy was developed, but in talking to folks that were, I understand at that time it made sense to put it in there because there wasn't really another proper fit or a home for it at that time. And so the SNMP requirements went into the recycled water policy. But as the resolution points out and as staff noted in their presentation, there's a whole variety of other things going on now. There's SGMA, there's the GAMMA program, there's the surface water augmentation regs, there's groundwater recharge regulations, all of these different other processes and areas to get at the issue. And so we think maybe now as part of this policy update, it makes sense to try to decouple these for a couple reasons. I mean, first, as a couple folks pointed out, recycled water is not the only contributor to salt and nutrient issues. And so putting it into the recycled water policy kind of has that perception that it is, which I don't think is necessarily correct. And we kind of want to look at perception issues that are so important. And second, perhaps more importantly, I think the recycled water update is going to look at the future of recycled water going forward. And so there are all these surface water augmentation regulations coming up, the possibility of DPR regulations, and all the different uses that we want to encourage and streamline through the recycled water policy. And so we think that the existing resolution staff report focuses very heavily on the SNMP requirements, which are important, but I think they can be separated from the underlying goal of the recycled water policy. And so that's sort of our suggestion and something to think about going forward. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the board or staff might have. Thank you.
I actually think those are some good comments. Could staff, I realize that you're talking about in the future, but you could respond to those comments?
I'll jump in and just say that we've heard that comment and we're considering how best to manage that issue. It made a lot of sense, and it was actually part of the negotiation on the recycled water policy in when we were determining the how to do anti-degradation for recycled water. Part of it was the salt and nutrient management plan, so we won't decouple it totally, but there may be a better way of housing it, if I would say that. And so we'll look into that as we're updating the policy.
Good. Yeah, that's a good response, and it's a good comment in terms of the overall mass of these things to manage, and yet we can't ignore it in recycled water.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Leslie. And Sean, why don't you just come on up, sit up front? That way it'll take less time.
Morning. Let's see if this is on. My name is Leslie DeBalian, and I'm a Principal Water Resources Specialist with the San Diego County Water Authority. The Water Authority is a wholesale water agency in San Diego County, and together with our 24 retail member agencies, we provide water to 3.3 million residents in the county. We have a diverse water supply mix in the region, and recycled water is an important drought-resilient component of this supply. Several of our member agencies are developing potable reuse supplies, new projects for the region. And I'd like to begin by saying that we appreciate your efforts and the work of your staff to encourage development of recycled water use, both potable and non-potable, in a manner that protects water quality, beneficial uses, and public health. We agree there has been significant advancements in recycled water research, including related to potable reuse, and it is timely to begin to address these issues which were identified in the discussion. So in regards to the first issue, should the State Water Board support the development of regional or sub-regional salt and nutrient management plans? We agree that it's important to evaluate challenges and benefits of plan development, and we also agree with what we've heard that it's important to provide flexibility for stakeholders to work with the regional water boards to prioritize development of the plans based on regional conditions. In some basins, salt and nutrient management plans may not provide any real benefits. In the San Diego region, the San Diego Water Board adopted guidelines where salt and nutrient plans were identified as not needed for small coastal basins that are already high in salinity. Now, on the second issue related to convening a science advisory panel on CECs, the potable reuse expert panel compiled significant research, as we know, in this area, which is described in the feasibility report that you will be talking about later today. And we think this work should be considered. It would be helpful to have expert panel members also participate in the science advisory panel to maintain consistency with all of this work that was recently compiled. And on the third issue of amending the recycled water policy, we support stakeholder outreach as part of this effort, including broad outreach, as well as focus groups, including to recycled water suppliers. In regards to requirements that the regional water boards determine whether recycled water permittees should enroll under the statewide general order, we ask for continued flexibility by the State Water Board to allow the regional water boards to continue to issue master recycling permits, which we have in San Diego. And finally, we think it's important that the resolution support and encourage all potable reuse projects, as we've heard, not just indirect potable reuse. And I've actually prepared specific edits on the proposed resolution just for your convenience if it's permissible to distribute them to you. I want to thank you. I prepared some just very brief written comments and strikeout just for convenience, if it's permissible to distribute them. Okay, thank you.
Give them to Janine or to John, and he'll give them to Janine. Sean.
It's always nice to get those, during the comment period, as opposed to at the board meeting.
Good morning, board members. My name is Sean Bothwell. I'm the Policy Director for the California Coastkeeper Alliance. We represent 12 California waterkeepers statewide, many of which are actively working on different water recycling projects in their watershed. Speaking of the resolution itself, I think generally speaking, it's a good idea that we look back at the water recycling policy, update it. As been said so far, there's a lot that's happened in water recycling over the last 7-8 years. And I always thought the policy actually could be a little more robust and beefier and have more things in it than what's currently in there. So we do generally support going back and looking at the water recycling policy and updating it. I think our biggest concern is some of the language around the salt and nutrient management plans. The water recycling policy gave 5 years for everyone to develop salt and nutrient management plans and was pretty explicit that in no case shall anyone take longer than 7 years. We're now 7 years, 10 months past the adoption of the water recycling policy, and some of the language that's in the resolution, support and encourage them to do this, I just don't think is strong enough given that it's been 7 years, 10 months. We're 10 months now past the absolute deadline for doing these salt and nutrient management plans. And I think one of our biggest concerns is the resolve clause. It's B5, directing staff to reevaluate, the challenges of salt and nutrient management plans and update the policy. I really don't think that's sending the right message to people that are essentially out of compliance with the recycled water policy. At some point, people need to be held accountable for not complying with the rules that the State Water Board set forth. And so I really think that language needs to be stronger to get people to do those plans sooner rather than waiting for the policy to be changed and possibly weakened. Our second issue with the Science Advisory Panel, on its face, I think it's completely fine. We support the Science Advisory Panel going and looking, reviewing the CEC monitoring. I think we're just concerned that there'll be further weakening of the already what we think is weak CEC monitoring for the groundwater piece. I recall when we did the CEC monitoring, our biggest concern was that it was pretty limited, the criteria that was monitored, and they weren't really chemicals of emerging concern. They were chemicals that we knew about, and they were really supposed to act as proxies for the other ones that we couldn't detect. And the issue was there was more off-ramps to doing monitoring criteria, monitoring the criteria, than there were on-ramps for new emerging concerns. And that's the whole point of monitoring for chemicals of emerging concern. So I'd really recommend that the Science Advisory Panel look at more on-ramps or detecting chemicals of emerging concern, and also look at the surface water component of it, because we've already done the groundwater monitoring piece. It would be really good for them to opine on guidance recommendations for doing the monitoring for surface water, specifically with the surface water regulations that are about to come out. And then finally, we definitely support the collection of data and reporting that data. I would just strongly recommend we consider adding a piece for collecting and reporting data for ocean discharges from POTWs. I think that's a data set that's would be very valuable when we look at our recycling goals. Where is the low-hanging fruit for doing more recycling water projects, and where can we really get the biggest bang for the buck? Thank you.
Thank you. John, can you remind us where we are on the CEC Blue Ribbon Committee and
Sure.
finance?
So I think Sean was exactly correct, is that the concept behind the original panel was to take the data that we had on occurrence and toxicity of emerging chemicals and run it through a framework to determine which are the most appropriate to use now. Since that had been done, lots more monitoring has happened, lots more science has happened, so it is important to reconvene that framework and make sure that we look for additional chemicals. That was the idea behind that. Additionally, he mentioned surface water. We did have a panel to look at surface water. They came up with monitoring requirements, and we are, I think, fairly close, not quite there yet, and I can get more information for you from Greg on that, since it's being run out of OWEMA, to test drive the framework that was developed for surface water CEC monitoring. We are working with 3 different regional boards to implement that, test drive it. The concept that the board approved when that panel came forward was for us to test drive it prior to including it in the MPDS permits. And so we're in that process. It's taken a little longer than we expected, but we are there.
And I'll just add, I'm Claire Wagoner. I'm the senior in charge of the statewide policies and planning unit. The CEC issue we've recognized as an ongoing and pretty significant issue. So in parallel to updating the recycled water policy, staff have also started a CEC initiative, which is a statewide effort to just better coordinate what we know about CECs in the state. So we anticipate, we're working with the regional water boards, the Division of Drinking Water, and the Office of Information Management and Analysis, and we're planning on bringing an information item before the board in February that'll do a comprehensive look at what the regions are doing and what the different pieces at the state board are doing as well.
That's helpful. About a year ago, we had a good presentation from Department of Toxic Substance Control about their product registration process and green chemistry and all that. So I then hope that also the CEC work will include other Cal EPA agencies. Right, I'm confirming that.
I only have one concern about the resolution, and that is the timing. It only took 6 months to do the first resolution. Now, admittedly, it was less complex than the one we're proposing, but going from 6 months to 2 years seems too much. And is it 3 years? Yeah, actually, well, sort of. I 100% support doing stakeholder outreach. That's incredibly important, but it doesn't have to be done, stretched out over months and months and months. You don't have time, and really, this is not a specifically contentious issue. This is different from most of the issues that we deal with. This is more about the how and the why and the where, but not people saying yes, let's do it, and no, let's not do it. It is not that contentious. So we should not be taking that time to 2019. We should be finished. My recommendation is that we plan to have a policy out for the public review by the end of the first quarter of 2018.
Okay.
Do you have any comments on that? I know during our briefings, I was also wondering why we needed to take that much time. I heard that it had to do with the science evaluation panel. I mean, there's calendars, there's schedules.
I think that what we would need to do is decouple the science panel, which will take, by the time we go through, it'll take a couple of years, which is what we did in the first one also. That's the biggest time sink, is getting that panel together, having them do their work, and then having their report come back. So what we will do is work together with the staff, but we will strive for, by March of 2018, to have the policy out for public review.
And are there other amendments to, besides the item 5 in the resolution, removing the word indirect, and putting in just potable reuse? Is that possible?
And were there any other ideas that came out of your review of the suggested edits?
The only thing I wasn't sure on the changing the, let me find that. Mr. Board Member Moore, you had that suggestion. What page was it on?
Yeah, I think it's worth considering.
Page 4.
Page 4, resolve number 5, under A.
Oh, right, to just change it to and potable reuse projects. I just wasn't sure if the board, I know the board has another item coming up on direct potable reuse. I wasn't sure if, no?
Doesn't matter. I mean, potable covers everything.
Right. I didn't know if the board
future and past
fully supported direct potable reuse yet. I wasn't sure on that.
Oh, we've already supported the recharge of groundwater with recycled water. We've already actually when the drinking water program came in, they had adopted a regulations for that, and we've been operating with those. And we'll have the surface water augmentation regulations up for vote in early 2017. But again, potable,
But those are indirect, though.
Well, but
it doesn't matter.
Okay.
But the language already has implemented in accordance with existing regulations.
Right.
So I think we're covered.
I think so too.
Yeah, I think removing that distinction, it is a spectrum, it is a continuum, and
So,
I have my crystal ball out right now.
I have no opposition to, having a little trouble finding it under 5, A5. Right now, it talks about non-potable reuse projects and potable reuse projects already.
Don, I think you're looking at the proposed edits
Oh, I'm sorry.
from somebody else, from,
I don't have it.
Yes, you could, actually, proper sentence structure might be non-potable and potable reuse projects. You know, non-potable and potable reuse projects, comma, implemented in accordance.
I don't have any problem with that.
Yeah, we don't either. Do we need to read it into the record?
No, as long as everyone knows what.
Yeah, so I would propose restructuring the first phrase, non-potable and potable reuse projects, comma, to replace the non-potable reuse projects and indirect potable reuse projects. Yeah, I think while we're looking at that, I want to acknowledge Vice Chair Fran Spivey-Weber. She spearheaded the idea of updating this recycled water policy here from the dais a few months ago, and this is a great proposed resolution here. Great work by staff and working with stakeholders. So I just want to thank the leadership of Vice Chair Fran Spivey-Weber in moving forward recycled water in our state responsibly, but also with a wise level of alacrity.
And you asked one other question about the proposed changes. We're not recommending any of those proposed changes.
I think it's a solid starting point. And again, acknowledging the points made about the contribution of treated wastewater to salts and nutrients around the basins of the state. We want to be managing this in accordance with the level needed and have the right touch. So we acknowledge that as we progress through implementing the recycled water policy and managing salts and nutrients in the state, they're related, but it isn't driven by wastewater treatment management of that resource. It's part of it, though, so I think we should continue to acknowledge that in our management of discharges to land and waters.
And remember, this is a resolution, and it is a prelude to stakeholder process and to the presentation of to the public of an updated policy. And so I think all of the comments that have been made today by the stakeholders will be taken into account in those stakeholder activities, and the proof will be in the pudding that comes out in March of 2018.
So with that change, is there anything in the
timing?
In the timing, maybe number 7, B7, present for consideration an updated policy by March 2018 to replace December 2019.
So just to clarify, I thought I heard you say you wanted a draft to the public by March 2018. So this one reads for number 7 that we would present it to you, I think, for consideration for adoption.
So we'll revise it to, so that it says release for public comment by March of 2018. That way, if there are significant needs to be changed that extend it during the comment period, we have that opportunity. As you remember, it took us 6 months to write the first one, but when we went through 2 separate sets of extensions to deal with the public comment at the end, so I would appreciate that flexibility.
That's the problem with having people around so long, just they remember, and I do too. Thank you. With those two changes, and I don't believe there were any others that were proposed by board members. With those two changes, I would entertain a motion.
I'd like to move staff recommendation with the changes read into the record for Resolve A5 and Resolve B7 for adoption.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And one final point, this has nothing to do with, this is not the resolution per se, but internally, this is a great opportunity for us to do a better job of integrating among our various agencies. And so I would urge you to form an internal group that includes certainly the drinking water program as with water quality, but ORPP because they're doing the groundwater work, the Department of Finance because they've done so much work on recycled water and should be there, and OEMA because data is key here. And so run those, get that group together internally in parallel because I think that we should have a better way of communicating and coordinating, particularly around the issue of recycled water.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we will move to item number 10, and Mr. Oppenheimer, would you like to introduce it? Tim, we have you way, 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 way over here.
So item 10 is an update, an information update by the Division of Water Rights and some invited guests on the temporary water diversion permits to recharge groundwater that was initiated this year. And
okay,
I believe it will be Amanda Montgomery leading off the item, and she'll introduce the rest of the participants.
Great, thank you, Eric. So, as Eric said, I'm Amanda Montgomery. I'm the Environmental Program Manager in charge of the Division of Water Rights Permitting and Licensing Program. And with me today are two staff from the permitting section. We have Sarah Sugar, who's an environmental scientist, and Darren Tran, who will sit next to her, who's a Water Resource Control Engineer who's pulling up our speakers. But I'll get us going since we're time limited. We also have Nicole Kunze, who's our Office of Chief Counsel representative. And then we have some speakers who are coming up still, but we're still getting started, who will introduce right before they start their presentations. So,
is Darren Tran in the room? If he is, he should come up and sit right next to Helen.
He went to
and
look
Sarah,
for
in between Helen and Sarah.
Sure, he'll be there in a second, and
okay.
It won't be his time for a moment, so we can get started. So, as part of this item, it will have three parts. The first is that I'll provide some background on groundwater recharge and permitting, and then we'll have presentations from our invited guests from the University of California, Davis, from some of their staff about the Scott Valley Irrigation District project, and from Yolo County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. These projects were completed earlier this year, and the parties submitted summary reports of their experiences in October. As part of the item, we'll have presentations from these project proponents. Then we'll turn it over to division staff, since we have them both here, and they will talk about some of the questions, the broad project level questions that we're grappling with for these type of projects and our recommendations. Okay, so why do we have an interest in this topic? So California's groundwater aquifers contribute more than 38% of the state's water supply, and they're particularly important during times of drought. This map here shows the decline in the aquifers, and you can see a lot of areas of red. Those are areas where we're seeing decline of 10 feet or more in these aquifers. Department of Water Resources, as of January 2016, has listed 21 basins as critically overdrafted. So artificial groundwater recharge projects are one method of addressing storage in these basins. In November 2015, the governor issued an executive order related to drought that did two things. First, it directed the State Water Board to expedite this temporary permits that would be issued to a local or state agency to capture high precipitation events for local storage or recharge, consistent with both water right priorities and with protection of fish and wildlife. And second, the order suspended CEQA for these types of projects. And that's basically in effect, we believe, until the drought state of emergency is terminated. So it's in effect now. In addition, you, the board, reduced the fees, the filing fees that we charge for these types of temporary permits in December 2015. And I'll talk about that a little bit later on. So in addition to drought, we also have the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act called SGMA that is going to increase interest in these types of projects. So we're not going to talk in detail about SGMA today, but we highlight that some of these local agencies may be looking for solutions, and this temporary permitting or even standard permitting will probably be one of the things that they look at. The deadlines for the SGMA plans are 2020 and 2022 for the kind of high and medium basins. So it seems a little bit further out, but we're on the verge of that. So what is groundwater recharge? Groundwater recharge is the augmentation of groundwater either naturally, such as by rainfall, or artificially. So traditionally, large-scale recharge basins have involved diverting water to large recharge basins that infiltrates into the aquifer, or they could even use injection wells. There's also projects that impound water in a channel with an inflatable dam or a check dam or other approaches to increase infiltration. There's been more interest recently in some less traditional mechanisms, such as using agricultural fields or unlined irrigation ditches for infiltration. So the map you see was produced by the University of California, Davis, and UC Cooperative Extension, and it shows an index they developed for identifying agricultural lands that may be appropriate for recharge projects. So one thing to point out is that some groundwater recharge projects may be based on short-term water surpluses that occur only infrequently, assuming that water is available. Okay, so recharge and water rights. Water rights is always complicated, but I'll try to make it as simple as I can. So if a party decides that they want to take water from surface water, like a river or a stream, and they want to use that water to recharge a groundwater aquifer, they'll need some type of water right. This is true even if they're taking those really peak storm flows. That's been an area of confusion. And it's also true if they're diverting the water, but it'll be used by someone else, not by themselves. So what are their options? So one option is to get a water rights permit. So one option is a temporary permit that we'll talk about today. Another option would be our standard traditional water rights permit. Those are two options. Another option a party could explore is if they could use an existing water right. So we have different types of existing water rights. Water rights like riparian claims aren't a good fit because they're going to store the water for future use, so that's not a good fit. But if they had a pre-1914 appropriative water right, they may be able to use that water right or change that water right. Those changes don't come to the State Water Resources Control Board, but still the parties can't injure others when they make the changes. If the party wants to use an existing post-1914 appropriative water right, a permit or a license, they want to use one of those, they would have to, well, they can't initiate a new right, so they can't go beyond the bounds of their right. And they'd also have to come to the State Water Board unless their original project contemplated the groundwater recharge, which it probably doesn't. So they might have to add the underground storage, they might have to add beneficial uses depending on what their original permit or license covered. And they might have to add place of use for where the water will be used. So all those changes are possible, and we might see parties that do that. Another option, just kind of thinking through, is that people could use water transfers, so they could buy water. If they buy it from a pre-1914 water right holder, again, that doesn't come to the State Water Board for approval, but they can't injure others. If it's a post-1914 water right, then they do need to come to the State Water Board and petition for approval through our transfer process. Another option a party could use is recycled water. We just talked about recycled water in the last item. So they wouldn't need a water rights permit if they're using recycled water, but they should consult with their regional board for all appropriate permitting there. Also, if they're using recycled water that
is a new source for them that was previously discharged to the stream or would reduce flows in the stream, they should consult with the State Water Board for a possible wastewater change petition from the Division of Water Rights, because there's a possibility that reduced flow in the stream could harm other users of water or the environment. Okay, and then another topic just to touch on water rights is flood control. So water that's held temporarily for flood control doesn't need a water right because flood control is not a beneficial use for water rights. But that's assuming that when they're making that diversion for flood control, they're not holding it longer than needed solely for flood control. If they start to hold it longer for secondary purposes such as groundwater recharge, they're moving into the territory of needing a water right. So last thing to point out that is an area of confusion for folks is that groundwater recharge for water rights in California is not a beneficial use. So what we look at it as is a method of storage. It's basically the equivalent of above ground aquifer you have, or above ground reservoir, you have that below ground in this aquifer. And so it's a method of underground storage. So the permits that we issue will need to specify how the water will eventually be used, such as will it be used by multiple parties that will pull the water out for irrigation or for municipal use, whatever's appropriate in that situation. Okay, so temporary permits, which is what we're talking about today. You might be more familiar with our normal standard permits, but temporary permits are a little different. They don't have as many requirements as they're going through the review process, and that's recognizing that they're usually issued very quickly. So that's the idea behind them. They only last for 180 days, so they're not creating a vested right. It's just a temporary ability to divert. They can be renewed if the party comes back to us and has a reason for renewal. And they can be a good option for a pilot project, so trying out something new. That's a great fit for a temporary permit. Another reason for a temporary permit would be if a party is waiting for their standard permit to be approved and they need to divert right away, so they might pursue a temporary permit in that situation. So for these particular temporary permits that we're talking about today for this groundwater recharge, groundwater storage, I mentioned that the board had reduced the fees. The fees can, for regular temporary permits, range from about $2,000 to $250,000, just depending on the amount they divert. Here, the board basically reduced the application filing fee to about $100. It can go up a few $100s more than that, depending on how much they diverted. I think, if Yolo County was looking to divert 40,000 acre feet, they might have paid about $400. So it's a lot less, and that's in effect right now since December 2015 and currently. So I mentioned that we review the requirements in the water code are a little less for temporary permits than standard permits. An example of that is water availability. Our requirement is to look at the available information on water availability rather than kind of a detailed analysis that you might get with standard permitting. We also need to make certain findings to issue a temporary permit, and those include that it's in the public's interest, that there's an urgent need. An urgent need is referring to making the most full beneficial use possible of the water, that there's no injury to other legal users of the water, such as downstream diverters, and that there's no unreasonable effects on the in-stream resources. We also publicly notice the application, which can be done either before or after issuance. That's in the code. That recognizes the fact that these are sometimes issued very quickly. And members of the public can file objections. Okay, so what is staff doing on these projects? Starting in October 2015, so just ahead of when we heard from the governor's order, things were heating up on this issue. We'd been in drought for a few years. We thought that year we were going to have this huge El Nino year, and so we were all getting ready. And we developed 2 web pages that are associated with the applications for groundwater recharge. The web pages talk about what's needed to file the applications, the maps, there's supplemental forms for underground storage, the required filing fees we just went over. And I think the most valuable part of our website right now is that we have a tips page for people that might file these temporary permits that kind of walks them through some things that can make the process easier for them. It tells them about early consultations they can do with California Department of Fish and Wildlife to get their involvement. It talks about reaching out to the downstream diverters that might be injured so they understand the project and they can hear their concerns early and maybe design the project so that it doesn't have harm to other diverters. So we have that tips page. We also, in April 2016, held a staff workshop, and we solicited ideas from the public, from parties that are involved in this issue, and their recommendations on both kind of the broad permitting process and the fees. And that
Feedback is available in comment letters on our website for any of the members of the public who would like to look through those. So we've looked through that and folded that information back into our process. Staff also meets with parties that are interested in filing applications. We have parties that kind of think it through and don't end up going forward, and some that do. So we're happy to meet with parties, we have been doing so far, and going forward, kind of talk through their projects and see how they can be made to work. Okay. So recent temporary permit applications. So last water year, 15-16, we had 2 applications come in, and we're going to hear from those parties today. So I won't go through them here. So you'll hear that from the horse's mouth over there. But they were from Yolo County Flood Control Water Conservation District and Scott Valley Irrigation District in the Cache Creek and the Scott River. And then in this water year, we have had 3 applications filed. So the first one was from Eastside Water District, that's in the San Joaquin Basin, and we issued that permit on November 8th. I have a slide on it in a minute. The other 2 kind of highlight something we're seeing here is that sometimes people come to us with projects, but they're not really ready yet. So they file their application and then they end up either withdrawing it or indicating they plan to withdraw. So what happened with the other Eastside Water District permit was we had a meeting with the party and with California Department of Fish and Wildlife on that project to talk through what they were thinking. And after that meeting, they realized that they needed to redesign their project for various reasons. One of them included the fact that as it was designed, it was going to very likely involve an extensive stream bed alteration agreement with California Department of Fish and Game because of Fish and Wildlife with the changes in the stream. So they just decided to pull that application back, withdraw it, and then resubmit it next winter once they'd had some more time to plan. And then the city of Corona, which is down in Southern California, they haven't withdrawn their application yet, but they indicated that they wanted some more time to rework their project. So that sometimes happens when we start asking questions about what they're thinking, and then they want a little more time. So the Eastside Water District project, that was approved after we put the agenda item together, so I'll just do a few highlights. You won't hear from them today because they just got approved. They don't have a project finished yet to talk to you about. But what that project is, it's located on Mustang Creek in Merced County. That's tributary to the Merced River and then the San Joaquin River and the Delta. The temporary permit authorizes Eastside to use a unlined existing flood control impound basin to divert up to 570 acre-feet of very high flows. And so what they're basically going to do there is they're using the existing flood control structure. They're not changing that at all. The flows that will go into that basin would be the existing flood flow levels. So that's kind of the bypass that's set for that project. And then what they are doing to make it a diversion is they're changing the amount of percolation that happens in that basin. They're going to do a number of actions in there, deep ripping and other things to have higher percolation rates. And then as far as that project, just to contrast it with some of our others, that project is to use water for irrigation. That's the beneficial use. And it is a situation where the district will have the permit, but the water will be used by many, many parties within their district. So many individual well owners will be using the water. Okay. So next we're on to the stars of the show, our presentations. So I'm going to hand it over to first, Scott Valley Irrigation District's project will be discussed by Dr. Helen Dahlke of University of California, Davis and Dr. Thomas Harder of University of California, Davis. If we could switch over to their presentation, and then we'll switch back to staff after both of our example presentations. Sure, it's UC Davis.
Good morning, Madam Vice Chair and board members. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to report on the groundwater recharge permit that we had received for the Scott Valley. I will be starting the presentation and mainly talk about the crop physiological studies that UC Davis has performed. And then my colleague, Dr. Harder, will be talking about the model and the beneficial use for in-stream flows that the groundwater recharge efforts are aiming for. So agricultural groundwater banking, or short ag recharge as we name it, is a more or less recent development or recent effort to put more water into the ground, mainly using storm flows, flood flows during the winter period from short duration, high intensity rainfall events. And using agricultural fields as spreading grounds has some of the advantages that it is often connected to irrigation infrastructure that we could use to divert the water. We also can make use of a larger acreage often needed to spread the available water, because often storm events are fairly short in duration. However, there are many factors to consider, and UC Davis is investigating several of those. And the Scott Valley particularly is one of our experimental recharge sites where we do conduct several measurements. In particular, here we are interested in evaluating using alfalfa as a cropping system for ag recharge. Alfalfa has the advantage it doesn't require nitrogen fertilizer, so your risk of leaching nutrients to the groundwater is fairly low. However, we were also interested in assessing benefits of recharge for in-stream flows. Last winter, or actually this spring, on January 13th, we received the temporary permit for groundwater recharge, and we had 5 agricultural fields that received water that was diverted from the point of diversion down here at River Mile 47 through the SWID ditch. There are also there's also the surface pond here, part of the map, which is fairly leaky at the bottom, so it contributes to recharge as well. We did fairly detailed studies on this one 15-acre field, which is planted with a 10-year-old alfalfa stand. Here we have, for 2 consecutive winters, applied water at different amounts. Typically for 3, 5, or continuous, or like all 7 days in the week, and compared yield of the alfalfa to a standard plot that only received precipitation in the winter. We also measured fairly detailed how much water was applied on each plot, and the groundwater table response in a well to the west of the field. In total, we applied 135 acre-feet in last year, 2014-15, and 107 acre-feet in this winter. And the continued plot received 28 feet total last year, and then about 11 feet this year. You can see the various amounts that were applied on the fields, and those were the amounts that we also compared our biomass data against. On the left side, you can see a plot of the applied water. Those are the blue bars, and the red line shows the groundwater table response. So in response to some of the recharge events, we saw a rise in the water table of up to 6 feet. And so we could see that there was a groundwater mount forming under the field. The yield data shows that there is no discernible effect really of the applied water onto alfalfa yields. Actually, this year we saw that the biomass for the plot that received the most water was more or less on par with the control. And just to illustrate a little bit how quickly the water is actually infiltrating in some of those soils, this one particular field, we saw the water table rising within 11 to 19 hours after the water was applied onto the field. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague. Thanks.
Thank you, Helen. Good morning, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. My name is Thomas Harder. I'm with UC Davis and University of California Cooperative Extension. Wanted to very briefly highlight one of the key questions on this project being, so what is ultimately the beneficial use if this water is going to be recharged and stored in the underground underneath these alfalfa fields? The diversion was on average a diversion almost 6 CFS on average over a 2-month period if we average over those 59 days. The 5.9 CFS compares with a stream flow in the Scott River during that time, in the upper graph being dated from February 1st through March 31st. The blue line is showing the discharge, at the gauge at the outflow of the Scott Valley. Discharge in the Scott River was never below 1,000 CFS and at times actually exceeded 5,000 CFS. So this is a very small amount that we actually diverted for the recharge process. I should also point out that in this slide, you can see 5 locations identified in both pink and green colors to which these 6 CFS actually have been applied. The research field is the southernmost one next to GM1 and GM2. We had another 4 locations that we applied recharge water to. You can also see that all of these locations aren't too far from the Scott River, which is the main stream that is flowing from the south end of the valley to the north end of the valley on this map. The colors of these fields refer to the recharge rate. We had some fields in green with about twice the recharge rate than the 2 fields in pink. To answer the question of what happens to that water ultimately, we had to employ a groundwater surface water model, a model that integrates both the groundwater system in this valley with the surface water system in this valley. The groundwater basin in this valley is an alluvial basin that essentially sits at the bottom of the valley. It's my famous bathtub. You know, we got the mountains, it's the bathtub walls, and then in this bathtub you have sediments, and they form the valley, the floor of this valley. The sediments are anywhere from nil to a couple hundred feet thick. It's not a very deep aquifer system, and it's a mix of sands and loams and clays. The groundwater model encompasses the entire Scott Valley. It also is coupled to a model that tracks stream flow. Stream flow is essentially, in the model, it's input at the edges of the valley where the tributaries and the Scott River flows into the valley, and then the model will track that stream flow as it moves through the valley and interacts with the groundwater aquifer system. So the model being for the entire Central Valley can then take also into account diversions. So when we divert water into the SWID, that is water that's taken out of the Scott River. And as a result, downstream from the Scott River, there's an ever so slight decrease in the stage of the river, which we couldn't measure manually because it's such a small fraction of the overall flow, but it can be tracked by the model. At the same time, the model being an integrated groundwater surface water model will track the recharged amount to groundwater, and in a physically consistent manner with our hydrogeologic understanding, take care of where that groundwater will flow. Now, if we look at the Scott Valley effectively at this storage basin into which this recharge occurs, the main question is what happens to stream outflow at the very bottom of the valley, which is in the upper northwest corner, is where the Scott River flows out of the valley into the Scott River Canyon, and where we have a stream gauging station that's been operating since the early 1940s. With the model, we are able to predict and analyze what happens to flow at that stream gauging station in response to taking 6 CFS of water at the diversion point in the south end of the slide, where this green point, where you see the green point, what that means to that gauging station. This graph is based on the model. It's a modeled outcome. The model actually simulates the period from 1990 to 2011 and has been calibrated to that period. We've picked the year 1998 because the early stream flow history in 1998 was not unlike what we've seen in early 2016. And we used 2 simulations. One, a simulation of no project, and then we did a second simulation in which we diverted 6 CFS, 5.9 CFS of water at the diversion point for this Scott River, for the Scott Valley Irrigation District, and observed with the model what happens to the stream flow at the Fort Jones gauge. We looked because it's a tiny amount in the overall flow, we just looked at the difference between the scenario that has the project and the scenario that does not include the project. So in orange, you see the curve that indicates the diversion into the Scott Valley irrigation ditch. So in February and March, we diverted 6 CFS, showing here up as a negative -6. In red, you see the effective difference in stream flow out of the Scott Valley into the Scott River Canyon in the Scott River. As soon as this diversion happens, we see a decrease in outflows in the Scott River. It's not quite 6 CFS, it's actually only about half of it, because some of the decreases from the diversion are being buffered by the stream groundwater, by the interconnected stream groundwater system below the diversion point, between the diversion point and the Scott River, where it flows out of the valley about 25 miles downstream. So we see about a decrease in close to 4 CFS initially. As groundwater from that recharge operation flows back into the stream, that decrease in flow rate in the Scott River itself decreases. When we stop the diversion, on the other hand, at the end of March, we've now raised water levels in these handful of locations slightly near the river, causing extra discharge into the Scott River relative to the scenario without the project. So beginning on April 1st, we actually see 3 CFS more water flowing into the Scott River from these 5 fields being recharged for those 2 months at the outflow end of the Scott Valley. That increase also slowly then decreases in an exponential rate as we're seeing all of our recharged water effectively being recovered by the Scott River. The recovery rate is shown by the black curve. Starting April 1st, we're starting to recover water that's lost from Scott River flow, essentially the area under the negative part of the red curve. And we're regaining that. And by the end of the year, we've regained almost 90% of the water that we had taken away from that outflow in the Scott Valley. The remainder being then flowing back slowly over the next year and following years in a much, much smaller rate. This being a pilot project, it doesn't really effectively, from a practical perspective, affect Scott River flows, but it shows in principle the idea behind this, and we can hopefully scale this in the future to larger amounts and couple it with other options for managed groundwater with in-lieu recharge and managed aquifer recharge. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we'll pull up the presentation for Yolo County Flood Control, and I'll introduce our next speaker. So we have Mr. Tim O'Halloran, who's the General Manager with the Yolo County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, and he'll present on their project in the Cache Creek.
Thank you. Okay, while the slide, there it is. Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the State Water Board. It's great to come here and talk about a positive project from our perspective, and I think from your staff's perspective. I'm going to give the setting of the project, a little bit of the details of what we achieved, and then I'm going to close with a 3-minute video that we created in May to celebrate the project that Board Member Diadamo was participated in and is featured in. Just background, physical setting. This is Yolo County Water Agencies. The Cache Creek is up in the Clear Lake and the Indian Valley Reservoir built into Cache Creek, and it comes north of Woodland and into this Yolo bypass. The red area there is the boundary of the Yolo County Flood Control Water Conservation District, and that's where the recharge took place. So what we did essentially was take water out of the Cache Creek, the blue line coming down from Lake County, and divert it into our canal system, which I'll talk about here in a few slides. Other agencies that are involved, this right here is Conway Ranch. They're actually a water right holder on Cache Creek, and we've talked with them about participating. We are going to submit an application for this coming year, and we may or may not have Conway Ranch as a partner, but we we'd like to expand it to a bigger project than just ourselves. There's other districts along the Sacramento River there that are in Yolo County, but they weren't part of this project. Again, this was a Yolo County Flood Control and Water Conservation District project. The red area is our service area and the blue is the watershed. Coming down from Clear Lake, 60 miles is what we call the Cape A Diversion Dam in red there. That's a 500-foot inflatable dam that goes across Cache Creek that we inflate during the irrigation season for diversion. And on the left side or the south side is Winters Canal, and on the right side is West Adams Canal, and that's the beginning of a 160-mile network of unlined canals that we've been working towards modernizing the system and having the ability to put water in during the winter, high flows during the winter into our canal system and recharge the water. Here's a picture of the inflatable dam during the irrigation season, and this is just one snapshot just to give you a sense of magnitude of the water flows that come by there. And this is actually about 9,000 CFS, the top photo, and it goes up to 35, 40,000 CFS. So tremendous opportunities for putting water in the ground, recharging. And just another graphic that shows this. This is an aerial view of the 160-mile canal network that goes from all through western Yolo County to the Davis and Woodland, almost to the settling basin, almost to the Yolo bypass. And this is what we've been using and modernizing. We've been putting automatic gates and new infrastructure in to accommodate this recharge. This has been a long-term goal of the project of the district to recharge water during the winter. Down here, as you see the dot, right, that's where Cache Creek crosses Highway 5 at a place called Yolo. There's typically low flows. In fact, it's usually completely without flows in it. And then again, just in a picture to show dramatically how much water there is available at times. That's a 60-foot rise in the creek bed, in the water level there. And that also, let me just point out that this was a critical point in our permit process that we talked to your staff about, was that we would measure water at this point to make sure there was always a minimum flow at that point so that no downstream water users repairing this or otherwise are damaged. So that's a critical point in the structure. And then the yellow dots on the screen represent places where we take water out of. One of the key discussions we had with staff was who's going to use the water, the beneficial use component. And we were putting it in on behalf of our customers, our landowners there, and we have a very extensive monitoring network, and we looked at how they utilized the water. But those are just representative. There's actually 1,000 yellow dots on the screen that could be on the screen, representing areas where the farmers can utilize the groundwater that we put into the deal. And again, unlined canals, and just as a sidebar, we have an extensive riparian habitat program in place to provide natural habitat, so we don't just our unlined canals serve not only as delivery facilities, but as recharge facilities and as habitat facilities as well. The program at a glance, the permit was obtained after 2 months of dialogue with the staff. That, 2 months, it's all perspective. It might be a short time or it might be a long time. I'm happy with the way it is a short time in State Water Board world. No, my hat's off to staff who took a complicated, an order from the governor to expedite this thing, and they really were a little out of their comfort zone. We all were, but we worked together really well and accomplished this in a 2-month period to get the permit in place while respecting senior water rights and not damaging the environment. We notified all the downstream water users and got their buy-in, and we also went to the Department of Fish and Wildlife and talked to them about what consequences it might have, and they didn't raise any big issues, any issues at all, actually. We thought of it as a pilot program, and this was critical in our dealings with the staff. We said, we talked about, these things can get awfully complicated awfully quickly. And we said, let's treat it as a pilot program and go slow this first year, see how it goes, and move on from there. We committed to monitoring the 50 CFS of the yellow gauge. The delta would have to be in excess conditions. The basis of right, again, this issue of overlying water landowners' rights and reportings of diversion and use. We accomplished, we diverted over 11,000 acre feet from February 4th to April 15th, and we consider the program very successful, and I think a lot of it's due to the flexibility and the engagement of your staff. One of the big questions we had though was, what's a high flow? It's pretty fundamental to the order of you can divert high flows. We had to debate and consider and educate each other on what a high flow is, but in a sense is high flow. I think when our first meeting with the state board, they were looking at, and this is an after the fact hydrograph, but they were looking at the very peaks. And again, we explained our special circumstances on Cache Creek. That's an ephemeral stream. 9 months out of the year, it really has zero water in it down at Yellow. And so to me, high flow was anything above zero. They thought high flow was substantially higher than that, and so we compromised and agreed to, in a pilot program spirit, to set a limit on how much we could take out and how much water had to continue down to Yellow. I'd like to just take a moment to emphasize that this fits into a holistic program we have in Yolo County of the IRWIMP program and SIGMA. You've mentioned SIGMA. The SIGMA's been mentioned a few times here today. Our whole context for this is to work collaboratively with all the players in Yolo County and in the region, and also to work towards the SIGMA implementation. Again, the Integrated Regional Water Management Plan, this project's described in there, again, which was created almost 10 years ago, the initial plan. And it also fits into our, one of the things that we were prepared to, the staff just mentioned that, Amanda just mentioned that some people have submitted applications that they weren't quite ready for. We've got a foundational action program in Yolo County that prepared us for this day. We have groundwater monitoring, surface water monitoring, subsidence, groundwater modeling, all the tools, if you will, in the toolbox that made us able to react quickly to the governor's order and engage with the state board staff. And just an example of the monitoring, we have an extensive monitoring. All the dots on there are real monitoring locations within Yolo County. So when the question came up, where's the water going to go and how are we going to measure it, we were prepared. We also have, I skipped over this. This is a hydrograph from 1975 of spring and fall measurements, groundwater level measurements. And what this graph shows, in short, is that we're fairly sustainable. We have droughts and we have periods where the hydrograph goes down. And then periods of wet weather where the hydrograph comes up, but all in all, we have a good long-term record of the groundwater levels, and we've enhanced that in the last few years with real-time groundwater monitoring. We have 11 stations that measure water real-time. So when Thomas and I get together for a beer on a Friday night, we watch groundwater levels. Yeah, I have a slow social agenda. Lessons learned. It's important to have a robust monitoring system, know the landscape and hydrology. Each watershed is unique, and that's, I think something the state board staff has really embraced, looking at us as with our circumstances, make outreach a component of the plan. We talked to a lot of people as we were getting this going to make sure that we weren't stepping on any toes or violating anybody's other rights. Optimize the system while balancing objectives. It wasn't just a matter of opening a gate and letting her rip. We spent years developing automatic gates that would allow us to respond to circumstances. We had to take into account construction activities during the winters when we do our maintenance and infrastructure improvements. And debris buildup. We had a lot of when you divert high water flow, there's a lot of debris associated with it. And avoid diverting sediment. In the pictures that I showed of high flow, there was tremendous sediment load. 800,000 tons a day is the the number of record for sediment in Cache Creek. We actually we didn't divert the peaks. We let it go by because there's so much sediment. Cache Creek is such an erosive system that we had to let that go by, and we kind of took the water after the real peaks went through. And maximize flexibility to achieve sustainability. We're willing to work with State Board, and we're willing to work with our customers. The university, of course, is in our watershed, and so we want to have as flexible a system and as sustainable a system as possible. Sigma, here's a picture of the changing landscape. That's what we're faced with. How are we going to accommodate new crops? But we think we have at least a partial solution to this by diverting water that otherwise is lost to the system. With that, I'm going to, if I can figure out how to start this here. Maybe somebody could click on the, just click on it. I think it'll start.
We are in Yolo County.
Can you turn it up a little bit?
Canal, and this is the site of a very successful groundwater recharge program. Recently, state and local officials came to discuss their efforts.
We worked with the State Water Resource Control Board and the governor's office, and we got a permit, and we put 11,000 acre feet of extra water that wouldn't have gone into the groundwater. We put it through our system.
People are really starting to get serious about what it takes to sustainably manage groundwater in California, and I think is what you're seeing today is it requires a real concerted effort to utilize surface water in effective ways, particularly when we have wet periods when that surface water is available, and then figure out creative ways to, be able to get that water into the ground. And that, I think, is what you're seeing today, is you're seeing a lot of agencies, a lot of people that are really bringing some creativity and some ingenuity to how do we best integrate that surface and groundwater. I think that's the key to sustainable groundwater management.
What is new is the emphasis on trying to do this more quickly and to really integrate local and state efforts in a more expedited manner. And that was specific to the drought, and it's something that hopefully we can learn from and do more of.
100% of my income comes from crops I grow right around here in Yolo County. I don't grow anything without water. So if there isn't water in this canal right here, like there hasn't been in some of the recent years, I'm relying 100% on groundwater. Locally here, the groundwater is in pretty good shape, but we have some fields we lease that don't even have groundwater wells, and so we have fields that are fallowed. And it's also, of course, depleting the groundwater. So it's very important that in the years where we do have water, that this gets spread on the fields, that we do everything we can, because this is what recharges the groundwater for our next drought year.
We're a water user, and it's a delicate balance because our surface water isn't perfect. We've got a 10% chance in any year to not have any water whatsoever, and when that happens, we have to go to groundwater. It's how we stay in business. So to the tune that we can balance this out and do a better job at it, it's so important for us.
Collaboration is so essential because those windows of opportunity are going to be smaller and smaller as we go forward with climate change. And so it's important for us not to get in the way of ourselves. Where there's a good idea, let's get whoever needs to be around the table so that strategies can be implemented. And then as a state regulator, it's crucial for, I think, regulators to be able to collaborate as well. So that if there are concerns that we have, let folks know what the concerns are so that we can work through them and not have situations where we take years and years in order to approve projects. So that's what's exciting about this. This happened all within a year, so it can be done.
Thank you.
The clerk can pull up the staff presentation again. Yes.
And I'll start while the slides are being brought up. As Amanda said earlier, my name's Sarah Sugar, and I'm an environmental scientist in the permitting and licensing section. The details of this
were covered in the last two presentations. But both Scott Valley Irrigation District and Yolo County Flood Control submitted summary reports in late September, early October, as required in their temporary permits. The summary reports described how much water the permittees diverted, how much water was put to use, and how they measured or estimated beneficial use. So Scott Valley Irrigation District diverted around 680 acre feet of water, or 13% of the maximum they were allowed to divert. And because Scott Valley had above average rainfall last winter, the delivery canal already had to accommodate extra runoff and other legal winter diversions that sometimes left limited capacity for diversions under the temporary permit. And some landowners were also hesitant to add additional water for recharge when their fields were already soaked from precipitation events. As Dr. Harder mentioned, the amount of additional water returning as base flow to the Scott River was too small to measure. So instead, they relied on estimated numbers based on modeling data. And according to the model output, some of the water returned while they were still diverting water, and then about 45 acre feet of water returned between April and July, and approximately 90% of the water will have returned by the end of this year. Yolo County Flood Control diverted approximately 11,128 acre feet, or 28% of what they were allowed to divert. And they were allowed to use agricultural lands, but they ended up only using their unlined canal systems for this project. Diversions were sometimes limited because of runoff in the canal, water turbidity, permit conditions, and storm forecasts. And based on 11 monitoring wells in Yolo County Flood Control's district, more than 13,000 acre feet of water, or more than they'd diverted, had been withdrawn from the aquifer in the district service area by May 12th. And they calculated this using the average drop in water table levels over their service area. So while processing the applications for these projects, some more global questions came up about how to process and structure permits for groundwater recharge. So Darren and I will briefly run through three of these questions. For each one, we'll explain how the issue applies to groundwater recharge projects in particular, and how the division plans to approach the issue in future applications. So the first question we'll cover relates to accounting for beneficial use of the water stored. So water appropriations are linked to some beneficial end use, like irrigation or municipal use, and if the beneficial use of the water ceases, the right ceases. Accurate accounting and reporting helps ensure water isn't wasted and that the diversion doesn't injure other legal users. But for underground storage, this accounting isn't always straightforward. The figure here just gives an idea of a few of the different influences on inflows and outflows in groundwater basins, including pumping in different locations at different depths, connection to surface flows, et cetera. So the challenge we had is that some projects may have trouble measuring or estimating how much water is pulled out of storage under the permit, or how much water has been lost from the basin. For projects with many small users, water may be pulled from individual unmetered wells, making it difficult to measure and report how much water has been used under a particular permit. Accounting can be especially difficult in groundwater basins that haven't been well studied. Many basins naturally lose some water to surface streams, adjacent basins, evaporation, overlying vegetation, and water stored in these basins under a water right permit would experience similar losses. If losses in the basin aren't well understood, the permittee or the division may overestimate how much water remains in storage under a permit, particularly if the water is stored for a long period of time. This in turn could lead to withdrawing more water than the user has a right to, potentially causing overdraft and injuring other groundwater users in the basin. Beneficial use for some types of projects can't be directly measured. A good example is Scott Valley Irrigation District's case, where the objective of the project was to increase flow in the Scott River by raising the water table near the channel. Last year's projects used two different methods of accounting for beneficial use. So as described in the project or in the presentation, Scott Valley Irrigation District used their integrated surface water groundwater model. And Yolo County Flood Control assumed no losses and relied on water level data from their network of monitoring wells, estimating the amount of water put to use by the average local drop in the water table. There were no plans for long-term storage or increased pumping for the Yolo project. However, not all regions currently have basin-specific models or networks of monitoring wells for projects to rely on. So some of these data gaps will likely be filled during implementation of SGMA, or the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. SGMA requires non-adjudicated medium and high priority basins to develop groundwater sustainability plans by 20 or 2022. These plans are required to have a conceptual model of the basin, information about the basin structure and water budget, among other things. The plans must also identify potential areas for recharge. Groundwater sustainability agencies could plan ahead and use this information to include an accurate accounting approach for artificial recharge in their groundwater sustainability plans. This could make for less work later on for parties that apply for new permits for recharge as part of the basin's sustainability strategy. In the meantime, the accounting approaches we accept will have to depend on the size of the project, the duration, and its purpose. Another question we had was issues that arise when the party submitting an application is not the party actually using the water. So this was the case for Yolo County Flood Controls Project as well as Eastside Water District's project. The districts were the permittees, but the users were private well owners within the district service areas. However, parties with private wells usually already pump water from the basin under an overlying groundwater right. And in some cases, pumpers may want to continue to pump water under their groundwater rates instead of under another party's permit. Reasons to do this can include defending against a claim of prescription or preparing for basin adjudication or development of a groundwater sustainability plan. So applicants who are not themselves using the water will need to clarify how to identify water used under their permit. Double counting water under multiple rights can complicate basin management and future adjudications. This issue can also affect whether a particular accounting approach can work for demonstrating beneficial use. Some basin-wide accounting approaches can only estimate overall pumping in an area, so separating out pumping done under a particular permit from all local pumping can be difficult. To address this, Yolo County Flood Control, in their case, passed a resolution allowing their customers to use water stored underground under the permit. And the division decided Yolo County Flood Control solution was acceptable for the particular project because the permit was temporary, they weren't planning to, the water would be used quickly, and the users were already surface water customers of the district. However, the cleanest approach for separating out water used under a permit in these situations would be to require explicit agreements between the permittee and water users. This was the approach we used for the recently issued temporary permit for Eastside Water District, where the users aren't surface water customers of the district. Groundwater sustainability agencies may be able to simplify this requirement by maintaining accounts of pumpers' use under different rights or through other means in their plans. I'll turn it over now to Darren to describe the last question.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Vice Chair and board members. My name is Darren Tran, a staff engineer in the permitting section. The other program level question I will be presenting is, how can the division quickly determine water availability for temporary permits? The objective of determining availability of water for temporary permits is to make findings that there is no injury to other legal use of water and no unreasonable effects on fish and wildlife. These findings also apply to standard permit. However, under the standard permit, it is a requirement that the applicants must demonstrate that inappropriate water available to supply the project. Under the temporary permit, it is not a requirement, but staff would need to review available records and information that relate to the availability of water for approval. Generally, projects proposing to divert only during high flows have a lower risk of causing injury. However, there are challenges with this approach. The governor's order directs the state board to prioritize temporary water rights and to accelerate approval for projects that enhance the ability for states and local agencies to capture high precipitation events for local storage and recharge. As Tim mentioned earlier, some people may interpret high precipitation events as a wet season or a wet year. Staff initially interpret as high flow associated with storms. This is one of the challenges that we are continuing to work through it. The other challenge is even high flow may already be allocated to downstream senior user or an important ecological function for fishery. For example, flushing wood debris and sediment movement. Temporary permit may also be issued in stream system classified as fully appropriate, where risk of injury may be higher. To complicate matters, not all applicants seek to divert high flows. As Tim mentioned, high flow would carry higher loads of fine sediments and reduce infiltration rates in recharge area and inline ditches. Ideally, some applicants prefer to divert just above the base flow and avoid diversion of high flows. Under Yolo County temporary permit, staff consulted with Department of Fish and Wildlife and reviewed records of downstream senior diverter in the Yolo bypass and was able to determine a sufficient minimum bypass flow. For Scott Valley Irrigation District, the Scott River is adjudicated stream system, and the decree has already established a minimum bypass flow to protect fish and wildlife. Staff and the applicant were able to identify a higher bypass to protect legal user and fish and wildlife. Staff then consulted the project with staff from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and no concern were raised. Given the complexity of water rights and diversity of stream systems, staff have not been able to identify any universal protective threshold that could be used to distinguish high flow from other available flows. As was done with Yolo County and Scott River project, the division will continue to evaluate projects on a case-by-case basis. Depending on the stream system, project diverting high flow or flood flow would usually present low risk of injury. Therefore, making findings could be easier. The other item mentioned at the April's workshop was workload prioritizations. So far, we received 5 temporary permits application for groundwater recharge, and we will continue to prioritize projects consistent with the governor's order. Once the order is lifted, the division will prioritize permits for groundwater recharge using our existing prioritization criteria. The division gives priority to project of regional or statewide significance and to project designed to minimize or avoid impacts to the environment. Now I will hand it over to Amanda to present the last portion of the presentation.
So I'm going to just actually finish up with our closing remarks. So we've seen, as we heard from staff, a fairly low number of filings so far. We weren't sure how many we'd receive. At the very beginning, we thought we might receive a flood of them, but we didn't, and we don't know how many we'll see this winter. We don't know if that's because what we've seen so far is that some of the applicants might not really be ready to go yet, or if they're waiting for full implementation of the SGMA process. But what I can say is that the board has substantially reduced the application filing fee for these type of projects. SEEK was suspended for the local and state agencies who want to pursue them, and that board staff stand ready to meet with parties that are interested to try to work through their projects and find a way forward. So I just point that out. I would like to highlight a comment letter that we received on this item. It was from Mr. Felice Pace, representing the North Coast Stream Flow Coalition. And Mr. Pace has kind of 2 general areas of concern. One was on the specific Scott Valley Irrigation District project. Some of his issues he raised directly to the UC researchers, and Dr. Harder had already provided her response to him directly. I should point out that the temporary permit that Scott Valley received has expired, so it's not an active permit at this time. It expired in July. So Mr. Pace's concerns really would reflect forward on any future projects that might go on by Scott Valley Irrigation District. We do look at it as a pilot project, so there's always lessons learned, and we'll look at his remarks and consider them if and when Scott Valley comes back to us for another permit. And we do point out that these are temporary permits, so they're a little different than the standard permit. And I'll talk about that more on his other concerns, which he'll probably, I think he might be here today.
He is here today.
Yeah, so he can speak to you. But he also has concerns just about our general processing of temporary permits, and he can outline those concerns. Just from looking through his letter, I would just point out that these are temporary permits, so they only last 180 days. They don't create a vested right. We do have to make certain findings to issue them. We can't have injury to other legal users, no unreasonable effects on fish and wildlife. We do, as is required in the code, consult with California Department of Fish and Wildlife staff on each of these projects, discuss it through with them, and work to find a project that reflects something they're comfortable with. And if, of course, they were completely opposed to a project, that would factor in on the project moving forward. But we do look at what we've learned so far is at the very beginning, we thought we might be able to just find some kind of broad ways to move these things forward. You know, it would be really easy to say what water is available kind of on a broad basis and say what kind of protective conditioning to put in. But what we've really found is we have to look at them on a case-by-case basis. You heard that today from both the projects that we heard from, that their situations, maybe what we think they might come in with is different than what they come in with. And we just have to look at what the situation is for that individual watershed and what they're planning to do and work with parties moving forward. And that's what we plan to do as we have future projects this year and in coming years. So at that point, I will just put up as our final slide that we have our webpage if people are interested, especially our tips page if you're interested in filing an application. And then if parties would like to sign up for announcements, they can, of course, do so. And at that point, I'll turn it over. And we're happy to answer any questions.
Dee Dee, do you want to say anything before you take off?
Well, I had hoped to be here for to hear from the commenters as well, but I need to leave. I've got to go to do a presentation. Just want to give thanks to staff for all of your work on this. Also, the workshop that you had, when was that, last year?
That was in April.
April, okay. I think that I attended that and I found it to be very useful. And thank you for the leaders for coming forward, you know, with these projects. I'm hopeful, I think we all are, that we would see more of these projects. Obviously, there are, you know, some comments of concern and need to work through the concerns, but at the same time, not impede these projects. And so one has to wonder, you know, are they folks that are out there interested in these recharge projects just waiting for more information, waiting to see how, you know, the first round goes before they step forward, or is it just waiting for the GSAs to formulate and the SGMA plans? Looking at the website, I do think that it would be helpful under whether it's under the tips page or some other area. You know, for me, looking through this is the presentation. It's very helpful about the challenges, but maybe the how-to could use a little more information on the website. In particular, I think what trips up a lot of folks is the water rights issue, and you did give a list of ways that one could qualify, but they weren't all included. You know, they were included in your comments, but not all included in the slide. I tried to take some notes, but I think that including a list to the extent that OCC is comfortable with it, I think that it'd be helpful for stakeholders to better visualize the types of projects that they may want to be thinking of at the local level before they come forward and ask for help with the, you know, consultation from staff and also the fish agencies. So I look forward to working with you all on this as we go forward, and also want to do a little shout out for sustainable conservation. I don't remember when, but maybe January of last year, January or February, there was a meeting where you pulled in a lot of the stakeholders, and I think that that was also helpful in getting some of these initial ideas to incubate and move forward. So thank you for your leadership on this, and UC Davis as well.
And for those who are waiting for the items that are after this, we are going to take a half hour or so for lunch. And so we will not be taking up anything after this item is over. I have 2 cards, but it will probably take about 15 minutes or between 10 and 15 minutes to do both cards. And so if you want to leave and go to lunch early, that's fine. Just be back here by, shall we say 12:30? 12:30. Thank you. Okay, I first have Stacy Sullivan. You asked for 5 minutes. Could you take 3? And then after Stacy will be Felice Pace, who we have already had a summary of his letter.
You, Dee Dee. Sorry, I'm from Sustainable Conservation. I was just thanking her for her shout out, so to speak. Oh, okay. Is it? Can you hear me? It sounds vaguely on. Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair and member. My name is Stacy Sullivan. I'm the Policy Director for Sustainable Conservation. Sustainable Conservation is an environmental group that works with the private sector in order to find environmental solutions that also make economic sense. We have been engaged in this issue of groundwater recharge, and particularly the on-farm groundwater recharge for a number of years now. We have primarily been working in the southern San Joaquin Valley, where and with people, so far at least, all the irrigation districts we've been dealing with have had pre-14 rights. But we see this as being a very important tool throughout the state, certainly throughout the Central Valley, and there are going to be places where those situations are not going to obtain. So we're very supportive of this program, and we certainly want to see it move forward. I think it's particularly important, and this has been brought up a number of times, so I just want to reiterate how important this is going to be for SGMA implementation. You're just not going to be able to get to the sustainability mandated by the bill with just through pumping restrictions, at least without causing a great deal of pain. And so thinking about the various alternatives there are to both increase the supply and also to avoid undesirable results, we think that this is a very important tool to be in the toolbox for GSAs as they go forward. We've been fortunate in being able to consult with and work with Drs. Harder and Dahlke, and we support their the work they've done. We think it's absolutely outstanding, and it provides great models for going forward. I would also point out that as I know Member Diadamo brought up a number of times last week at the hearing concerning the Bay Delta revisions, that where at least in the current proposal, there's there talk about increased dependence on groundwater as the surface flows are redirected into in-stream flows. All the more reason to try to enhance the groundwater resource, and we feel that this is a very important way to go forward on that. We think that we've been involved in habitat, and we think that it's important to build in environmental considerations, but to try to approach it in a programmatic way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Felice Pace, you asked for 10 minutes. That's let's set the clock for 5, but if you need a little extra time, we will certainly accommodate that.
I'll rely on you to be a judge of that if I'm making a positive contribution. North Coast Streamflow Coalition is 19 grassroots organizations, stretches from Napa County all the way up the coast and through the Klamath. And I also represent the North Group of the Sierra Club. I'm their water chair. That's part of the Redwood chapter. And, there's great potential here for good. There's also great potential for harm. This could become a water grab if it's not done right on these high flows. And what concerns me most is what I heard this morning. Oh, this is just excess water. They're just high flows. And there was one thing that was said wrong. The Scott River project was not about taking storm flows, storm spikes. It was about taking seasonally high flows, those springtime flows. And that's when our salmon, including the listed coho, are migrating out. And they were supposed to, in their application, they said they were going to monitor flows in the bypass, in the reach below the diversion. They did not do that, or if they did it, they didn't report it. There was also a statement that there was consultation with Fish and Game. I checked with Fish and Game, Curtis Millarns, and then he referred me to people in Wairika, and they say they were not consulted. The state may have talked to somebody at the state level, but nobody talked to the biologists that work in the Scott River. And this was a loss of an opportunity. Really, it should have been monitored. They should have been out there. And I really encourage the proponents back there to do this in the future, to do that kind of due diligence. And, So we have an adjudicated right there. But we don't just have an adjudicated right to what they stated in the application, which is the flows at any particular season, the primary flows. There's also a surplus right, and there's a right to periodic flushing flood flows, high flows. And as I think you both know, is these high flows are important to streams. There is some portion of them that can be taken, okay? And Fish and Wildlife, by the way, is coming out very quickly now with their new study on Scott River, and that's going to become the best science on what we need to maintain that system. But, the fact that there was no monitoring of whether we dewatered any reds, because the diversion went up and down quite a bit, and even though there were some high flows there was no monitoring of what actually happened to the migrating salmon and the emerging salmon. The claimed benefit is based on the model. I just want to remind all of us that the model is not the reality. This is a good model. I feel this is a good model. I've been tracking it ever since it got started up there. It's a good model, but it's a new model. And it's going to get better over time if we collect the right data. So on this project, we should have been actually monitoring those springs that come in that reach to see if the water was actually coming back. Okay, and the amount of water coming back, what we're essentially talking about doing here is taking 10 glasses of water out of the Scott River during the springtime, during those seasonally high, that's the snowmelt flows. We're going to take 10 glasses of water, we're going to take it over here onto the east side, and we're going to put it in the ground, put it on the ground, it's going to leak in. As you can see in a lot of the figures of the monitoring wells, starting in March, that water was getting pumped back out. The model accounts for the pumping, but it does assume that all the water that we're putting on the ground is going to eventually get back to the stream. Actually, when you look at the numbers, maybe 1 cup is going to get back to the stream. Most of that water is going to be taken through groundwater pumping because we have unsustainable groundwater pumping there. And until we actually have the Sigma plan, we won't know if somebody decides, oh, the water table's higher, there's water there on the east side earlier, I can start irrigation earlier because it's a dry year. I can do another field over here to the left. Okay, so until we have the Sigma plans and until we have actually scientific flow criteria. And so what they're saying, in order to get a benefit to the Scott River, a significant benefit, this is what the model says. We're going to have to divert a lot more water for several successive years. So this could run into the flood flows, the periodic flood flows in the adjudication. But it also has, and then the benefit, what the model says is the benefit's going to come mostly in the summer when we're dewatered and the salmon, the Chinook salmon can't get to the valley. That's in October. And the model does not give us any benefit to this water spreading at the time when we really need it. But what Dr. Harder's model does show is if we stop those pumps that are right next to the river, that are real close to the river, we stop those pumps in September, we're going to have flows in October. And that is, if we want to do fish, that's what we need. So the claimed benefit to fish, I don't see it there, because it gives us the water when we really don't need the water, when we actually have the flows in the river that we need. And it doesn't give us the water when we really need it, but the model shows that there's a better method to do that. Okay, let's pay these guys to stop pumping if we have to. Spend the money there instead of extending the irrigation season. And essentially what Scott Valley Irrigation District is proposing, and I bet they'll be back, is extending the irrigation system. Under the adjudication, it starts on April 1st. Irrigation started under this, and I've documented and filed complaints with the board over the course of 30 years living in that valley about out-of-season irrigation when you got a dry winter and guys want to start early. Okay, so they're talking about extending that irrigation season, looking at it, and I understand, I'd look at it the same way and saying, hey, it's getting drier. We're getting more dry winters. If we can extend the the irrigation season and claimed they were going to help get the public to fund it because the fees are cut, we're going to be in better shape as global warming goes forward. That's all good, okay? But don't claim benefit to fish when it's not clear. And let's do some actual monitoring of how the model works and how it impacts those springs and so forth, and how it impacts flows, and not just rely on. Let's get the model into better shape so it doesn't have that great sensitivity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm assuming we did actually contact Fish and Wildlife.
We did. So the way that it works with Fish and Wildlife is they do have headquarters staff, but they have the people that consult with us on temporary permits are a regional staff of theirs. And we have the staff person's name and all the documentation in the file. It wasn't the same person that was mentioned by Mr. Pace, but it is the person who is assigned to work with water rights when we have temporary permits and other types of changes.
So possibly you should share with him,
Will.
with Mr. Pace, the name of that person.
We're happy to do that.
That's good.
Yeah. Did you want to respond?
Just briefly, the monitoring, Mr. Pace mentioned the monitoring requirements. The permit specifically spelled out that there will be continuous monitoring of the diversion as they occur, and Dr. Hallen showed those diversion data. There also was specified that water levels in the groundwater near the recharge fields will be monitored, and we've reported the water level changes in these monitoring wells that were used as part of this project, and those are included in the report. With respect to the model is calibrated and is being calibrated. It's an ongoing process, and it is calibrated both against water level data in groundwater as well as calibrated against the data that we have from the Fort Jones stream gauge on the Scott River, immediately downgrading of the Scott Valley. So we feel that is a excellent tool to do this type of an analysis at the scale that we need to do this analysis at, without getting lost in the weeds, so to speak. But I think Mr. Pace speaks to the same points that we heard from staff earlier. The larger issues of, as we go perhaps into a large project mode, to look at the long-term beneficial uses and changes. But in terms of this temporary permit as implemented last year, this was a perfect tool to do this, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Yeah, it sounded like, though, and staff can respond, that there may have been, in hindsight, some additional fish and wildlife-based monitoring requirements, such as keeping an eye on reds, or was that included?
So that was not included here. It's not a standard term that we might add in. But as I mentioned earlier, this was a pilot project, and we would take any feedback that we receive from any member of the public and kind of use it to formulate the next version if they come back to us for another temporary permit or a standard permit. I wouldn't say just right off the cuff what we would require. We would really look into the issue and then see what's appropriate. I could think of projects where downstream monitoring may not be appropriate, like if you didn't have fisheries down there, or just the specifics of the project just might not make it the best fit. But we look at his comment, and we're trying to refine our process so that it kind of balances two factors, being something that doesn't have so many requirements and is so onerous that parties don't move forward with temporary permitting, which is meant to be fast and quick and try out pilots, but then also is protective of the environment and that we're learning from it and finding the best way to move forward.
And I also wanted to point out, we're talking about a minute amount, even if the maximum amount of flow would have been taken off the 30 CFS, the impact on the stream itself would have been on the order of 15 CFS. And the permit explicitly spelled out that there has to be a minimum flow at the gauge well above the water right of 426 CFS. The minimum was actually set at 440 CFS to make these kinds of diversions. It is physically not possible to even measure a 6 CFS difference in stream flow, let alone the ecological consequences of making that change.
Yeah, in implementation, that was clear. Thank you. On YOLO, You mentioned that you only use the canals, but you had the authority to use fields and that sort of thing. Was it just a matter of convenience? Was there precipitation on the fields that made it a moot point? Was there interested landowners to crop the fields instead of dedicate them to recharge? Or what were some of the factors?
Yeah, it was mainly an issue of convenience. There was great interest among our farmers and landowners to participate, but we had our hands full just managing the water. A lot of our equipment was new, and so we didn't want to push things too hard, and then the winter ran out on us. But we do, if we get a permit again this year, we do intend to push that a little harder.
Yeah, and clearly, I certainly want to acknowledge everyone's efforts that we had to cut our teeth on some key legal issues through this. So the 2 months is frustrating, and yet really I commend staff and stakeholders for working through this and coming up with some very operational, practical approaches, such as the resolution passed by the Flood Control District in lieu of a zillion individual user agreements. But as we consider East Side's case, it looks like we really need to button that up to have accountability to show legally that the water is being beneficially used. So this is non-trivial, and yet I think a lot of value added by these 2 case studies and learning what it will take then to empower local jurisdictions to sustainably manage groundwater and the associated surface water systems. So I just want to commend everyone for working hard at this and anticipating that we haven't seen all of the nuances yet on making what looks to be a common sense approach really fit the water right system. And thank you for pointing out, that the super high flows with the high sediment, that's going to damage your infrastructure actually. And so we take it from more of a political look, like, oh, the El Nino's coming and we need to take advantage of those flows or they'll be washed out uselessly and all that, to really thinking hard about, okay, actually there's an ecosystem function to those super high flows. And really what we're talking about is what are the human use windows within that water volume that is practical, doesn't wreck the infrastructure. Also, we still get the benefits of the ecosystem functions we get with super high flows. As Peter Moyle said, our systems evolve with the boom and bust. And what we're faced with in a lot of our systems today is they're just bust. We're not getting the boom, the big sediment / water flows. And so we have to be nuanced in how we handle this.
And I think we have also been given some cautions that Police Base laid out, and as you think through where this goes, we'll keep those in mind as well.
Is there real quick? Sorry to interrupt. Just my last question. I want to ask. Going from temporary to permanent. Some of these temporary permits are issued to pre-14 appropriators, which it's not straightforward to amend their water right. And so, and I even look to YOLO as you look at next year and the years to follow, what is the pathway going from pilot temporary to more of a permanent arrangement?
Sure. So I guess I should point out that even if a party such as YOLO has a pre-14 right, what they got the temporary permit for is a post-1914 appropriate right. So it's separate from their pre-1914 rights. But as far as the pathway, they will, if a party wants to also submit a standard permit application, it's a different form, and it has its own fee. They're going to have to go through the regular permitting steps. So full water availability analysis, which will be much more detailed than what we do here for temporary permitting, where they're doing a whole accounting of the system and all the water users and all the water use. And then they'll have to look in more detail at impacts to fish and wildlife, more because it's a permanent project. So there'll be public noticing, which they do here, but for temporary permits, it's just an objection. For standard permits, it's a protest. And then they go into, if they receive any protests, which is very common in water rights permit applications, then they go into protest negotiation periods that can last, I hate to say it, but it can last years unless it's just a project where they've done a lot of talking ahead of time and everyone's on board.
You do your collaboration in the watershed.
Yeah. And then they trigger CEQA, so the California Environmental Quality Act. That can, I mean, it depends if it's an existing diversion or not, but there's the CEQA burden there.
But I would, and then, so I recognize that, so it goes through the standard process, but don't you see benefits in maybe pursuing the temporary to learn about, your setting and take advantage?
I could see people doing a year of temporary, and then if they think they're going to do permanent, get that standard application in, because in standard applications, you have your priority date. So your priority date is your date where you're in the priority for diversion, and when shortages come, you want to have the most senior date you can. So I think we'll see people who might do temporaries, try it for a year or two, and then if it looks like something they really want to do, they might do a standard. And I think YOLO has indicated that they would consider looking towards the standard eventually. I haven't heard that from the Scott project, but of course they're looking at things, but.
That's good. I was invited to something tomorrow I can't go to, but it was the Pajaro Valley. Have you heard from them any preliminary forays into the temporary versus are they looking at something more permanent?
They haven't come into us yet. Yeah, they just haven't done that. The stormwater, I didn't bring it up here because, well, we could have another 4 hours on that. But, the line between are you under our permitting authority or not, that's a complicated line, and it really is a case-by-case basis. But we'll see. And, parties might decide to come to us if they feel like they're leaning towards the side of being under our permitting authority.
Okay, thanks for the discussion.
The Pajaro, they are using stormwater, and so a lot of monitoring and a lot of work with universities. We will take a break, actually a half-hour break, so we'll come back at 20 of, and we'll pick up item number 7, California's ongoing drought emergency. And thank you so much, all of you, and our 2 speakers for the presentations. Thank you.
Portable protein.
But anyway, so all those things are, come back, like the file but we will give a copy.
All right. So yeah, so nobody.
What Helen just said.
Yeah,
I think he'd be willing to help. He deserves it.
Okay, Janine, whenever you can start.
Clean water, we have to start.
I know.
I have four. So I have four. I have Mark, Randy, Robert, and Tim.
Janine, are we ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we will reconvene, and we're starting with Mr. Howard introducing item number 7. We are reconvened.
Well, it looks like Diane is going to give us the drought update this month. So, Diane, it's all yours.
And then I will turn it over to Damon. Good morning, Vice Chair Spivey Weber and Board Member Moore. Just the two of you right now. Again, I'm Diane Riddle. I'm the Environmental Program Manager for the Hearings and Bay Delta section. Today I just have a very brief drought update for you. It's still pretty early in the water year and we don't have a lot of information yet on exactly whether we're continue on with drought conditions or not. So far, the hydrology is looking encouraging. The Sacramento River Basin is above average. It's about 170% of average. The San Joaquin Basin is just a little above average. The Tulare Basin is still below average at about 70%.
And that's precipitation, right?
The precipitation index, that's correct. Storage conditions in the reservoir reflect sort of a similar pattern. The Sacramento Valley reservoirs are doing better. The San Joaquin Valley reservoirs are still experiencing some recovery from the drought. In particular, New Melones Reservoir is still at very low levels at about 40% of average for this time of year. With that comes an ongoing issue that I've been talking to you about throughout the drought and even before the drought since the Vernalis Adaptive Management Plan expired in 2011. We continue to have issues with compliance with San Joaquin River flow requirements. And as part of that issue, last year we had a temporary urgency change petition. As part of that order on the petition that we approved, we ordered the Bureau of Reclamation to do two things as of November of this year: to provide an accounting of the water in New Melones Reservoir, whether it was the Bureau's water or water taken under the district's water rights, the irrigation districts upstream, Oakdale and South San Joaquin irrigation districts. We got that and I've reported to you on that. The other requirement was for a plan to address flow requirements in future years until the board updates the San Joaquin River flow requirements and implements those. We got that plan on November 22nd, and essentially the plan indicates that there are continued concerns with meeting the flow requirements, particularly with the low storage levels in New Melones Reservoir. So we're currently evaluating that plan and looking at a response to it. The other
The other issue the Bureau identified in the plan is that they will attempt to work with the irrigation districts on potential transfers depending on the hydrology, which is hard to know at this point in the water year, whether other parties would be interested in purchasing water or whether those purchases could be accomplished while protecting fish and wildlife beneficial uses. The Bureau has committed to work with the fishery agencies and the irrigation districts on any potential transfers that could both serve to increase flows and provide water supply to areas seeking water transfers. So again, we're looking at this plan and we're crafting a response. We'll have further updates for you on the response to the plan in the coming weeks and month. And that's all for me.
Good afternoon, Board Member Moore and Vice Chair. My name is Damon Badell. I'm with the Division of Financial Assistance. And today I didn't prepare any slides for projects that we approved in the last month because there's really only one to discuss. However, we did receive our first quarterly reports from the nonprofits that administer the Household and Small Water System Drought Assistance Program. So I'll be going over that today, providing an update on that. But first, just the project that we did approve was $50,000 in oral funding to Tulare County on behalf of the community of Seville for boiled water as a result of the ongoing boiled water notice that's been in place for the past couple of years. I'm sure you're aware of that situation there. So this funding approval supplements previously approved boiled water funding and will allow for an additional 4 to 5 months of boiled water, while staff prepares a board item to extend boiled water service until the long-term solution is in place. And the long-term solution is a two-phased approach. The first phase includes a new distribution system, meters in the community, and a larger storage tank. And funding for this phase will be brought for the board's consideration on January 4th of next year. And phase 2 includes drilling of a new well and consolidation with the community of Yedem. And with that, I'll give you a background update on the some background on the Household and Small Water System Drought Assistance Program. So the program on January 15, 2015, the board approved the allocation of $5 million for providing interim or permanent drinking water solutions to individual households and small water systems serving less than 15 connections. And this funding under the program is limited to address drought-related emergencies only. And the funding, as I mentioned, it's administered by 3 nonprofit organizations, including Self-Help Enterprises, Rural Community Assistance Corporation, and the California Rural Water Association. And to the right of their names, you'll see the amount that was awarded to each one of those. The funding is available under the program in the form of grants, loans, or some combination. And the amount of grant versus loan is determined based on an individual's household income or the affordability. And the funding does come with, excuse me, funding does come with some deadlines for the nonprofits to adhere to. They have until June 30th, 2018 to commit funding to projects, and then they have an extra year to spend that money and get it out the door by June 30th, 2019. And individuals under the program, individual households can receive up to $45,000 per project, per emergency. And small water systems can receive up to $100,000. And funding priority is given to disadvantaged communities and low-income households. And eligible projects under the program include, but are not limited to, new well construction, well rehabilitation, distribution pipelines, interconnections, private laterals, and design costs and permits and other small costs like that. And so this slide kind of summarizes the reporting period between July and September of 2016. And we can start at the top left there. You can see that we've received, or the nonprofits have received about 172 applications altogether. And at the bottom left, you'll see that they've approved about 35. And that kind of may beg the question as to why there's such a big difference there. And there's several reasons why. First is that the program required, the nonprofits needed time to develop their internal procedures to implement this program, come up with internal procedures for their staff and come up with an application and, put stuff on their website, things of that nature. And then also set up bank accounts so they can receive our funding. And as part of funding a project, we're also requiring a lot of them up front. They're supposed to validate that the emergency is a drought-related emergency by doing an inspection. They're supposed to work with the applicant on developing the project and looking at alternatives, whether consolidation would be a better fit, or whether drilling a new well makes sense. So they have to do all of that kind of analysis up front. So it does take them time for them to approve a project. And then to the right there, you'll see in the blue bars kind of represent the grant award amount for each one of the nonprofits, and the red bars next to them shows how much money they've gotten out the door so far, or committed actually so far. And the other question you may ask is why CRWA, you're seeing $0 there. And the reason for that is they're still trying to finalize their procedures and documentation, and we're working with them on that. We provided comments back to them, so they're finalizing those documents. And in fact, we have a call with them later on today to get a status update on that. And in addition, CRWA is relatively new to lending. Historically, they've been more of a TA provider for small water systems, so they're pretty new to providing, administering a grant and loan program. So that's also part of the reason why it's kind of taken them a little bit longer to get started. And lastly, I did want to highlight a project that was funded by this program to kind of show you the impact that it is having. One of the nonprofits received an application from a homeowner in South Lake Tahoe. The homeowner is retired, they're living alone, and they have an annual income of just under $10,000. And earlier this year, the homeowner's well went dry, and if this property was actually located in some of the other counties that take advantage of the California Disaster Assistance Act funding administered by the Office of Emergency Services, they would have been eligible to receive things like bottled water or even a household tank, like you've seen in Tulare and some other counties. However, this El Dorado County doesn't have a program like that, so the only option they had was to purchase their own bottled water by driving to a local store. And using it possibly for drinking purposes, or maybe even flushing their toilets. We don't really know. And in this case, the Household Small Water System Program, the funding was able to provide them with a 100% grant, $17,000 for abandoning their well, and also connecting them through a lateral to the local water purveyor's water system. And that project was completed in October of 2016. And with that, that's the end of my presentation, unless you have any questions.
How long do you think it's going to be before the Self-Help Enterprises group gets a higher amount out the door?
So one of the reasons they told us that they haven't been able to get their the funding out or projects approved fast enough is they're having they're kind of short staffed right now, and they're honestly spread pretty thin. They've got all kinds of Prop 1 TA work that they're working on for us. They've got other federal programs that they're administering and a lot of outreach that they do. But they have assured us that by the end of this week they're going to come up with a plan to direct more staff for this program so they can start approving more projects.
Because if not, we might, it looks like, it looks a little tilted toward them, and if they're not able to do it, then maybe we should be looking at others who could.
Right, and that's something we'll have to reevaluate at the time, but I think with the number of applications they actually have in, and if I can go back to the slide. So I believe the number was like 146 applications that they've received. So that's a pretty big chunk. And I'm estimating that if they approved all of those projects, they would hit the 3 million range. So I mean, they have the projects in-house. It's just a matter of approving them at this point and having the staff.
And are the nature of these, because I remember the discussions going back, the years, the less than 15, and the concern about what the scope was in that area where the traditional state authorities don't apply for oversight. So what is the nature of the applications we're getting? Are they individuals? Are they several families hooked up to a well?
I think so far out of the 35 that they've approved, I think 34 are individuals, and all 34 they ended up drilling on them a new well because there was really no other option. And the other one, I think actually they may have also been an individual as well, and that's the one that they did the lateral in South Lake Tahoe. So that's pretty much all we've received.
Well, good. In the future, it'll be as the success stories or the case studies come through and things get built. We'll be interested in summaries along those lines about knowing what are the characteristics of those who have run out of water in their infrastructure on the granular level that we're dealing with. It just feels like that there's a lot of unknowns around our state about the nature of the domestic well supported residences around the state.
Thank you. Mr. Howard, would you please introduce item 8?
I was looking for Max since he often does these, but I see that we have Eric Ekdahl with us to talk about the emergency water conservation regulation.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Spivey Weber and Board Member Moore. Thank you. I'm taking Max's place. If you forgive the out-of-season metaphor, I'm pinch hitting for him today. He couldn't make it in. So I'll give a very quick introduction. To my left, I have Yelena Hartman, Jasmine Oaxaca, and
we have Angeles Caliso,
a new participant. They'll run through the slideshow, and then I'll stick around at the end if there's any questions about the emergency or executive order report that was just released last week. And with that, I'll turn it over to Yelena.
Thanks, Eric. Good afternoon. We are presenting our usual monthly update on the emergency water conservation. And October 2016 marks actually the time when we have 29 months of water production data that urban water suppliers have been reporting monthly since June 2014. And it is 17 months of state-mandated water conservation in place through the emergency water conservation. So between June 2015, concluding with October 2016. And to dive right into it, this October, urban water suppliers reported that the water production was 19.5% below the production levels during the October 2013, which serves as our baseline for measuring water conservation. And in terms of cumulative water savings since emergency water regulation went into effect in June 2015, so those 17 months, we have 22.8% savings, and in the last 5 months, since June of this year, the cumulative percent savings are 19.4%. And another way to look at these savings is our bucket, which shows that these 2.26 million acre-feet saved during the 17 months of the state-mandated water conservation are enough to provide 29% of the California population with water for 1 year under very conservative assumption of water use. And now for some broader context in terms of hydrological conditions and drought and where our conservation effort fits in. Looking at the percent of average precipitation in California for the current water year, which started on October 1st. Concluding with November, we have had the wettest 2 months to kick off the water year in more than 30 years. So the magenta and purple in the Northern California show above average precipitation, twice as much or more than that in some areas. And this is California. The variability is vast. The red and dark red colors in Southern California show well below average precipitation, although we've had such a wet start of the water year. But the precipitation in the north has certainly helped. As we've heard from Diane, reservoir storage is in pretty good shape. Our biggest reservoir, Shasta, is above average level for this date. And this map of California shows 9 largest reservoirs in California, and the red line shows historic average for the date. And 7 out of these 9 reservoirs are below the average for the date. Looking at all the reservoir storage that Department of Water Resources tracks and reports on their webpage, statewide California reservoirs are at around 84%. So that is 2.4 million acre feet below the average for the date. So we're still in some sort of a hole, and we know that the drought remained really with strong hold in Southern California. And U.S. Drought Monitor, which tracks the unmanaged drought in California, shows that compared to a year ago, we're doing really great. Conditions are much improved by every metric. However, we are still in deep drought. In fact, the 60% of severe, extreme, and exceptional drought is the best outlook since 3 years ago. So it just goes to show how entrenched and long-lasting this drought has been, and why urban water supplier efforts still matter, why they're still meaningful and important.
Yeah, again, that's reminiscent of in May, the Department of Water Resources showed how if you look back several years, there's a precipitation deficit. And that's greater as you go south, but even in the north there was a deficit, and that helps to explain why we have this extraordinary precipitation above average, and yet the runoff is quite a bit below average still. And there's probably some climatic factors involved too in terms of how much moisture soil can retain now compared to the 20th century. So rain doesn't equal water supply. Let's all repeat that. You know, the precipitation and runoff have become decoupled, or they have a whole new relationship. You know, it's transformed.
It's also a question of statistics. I mean, if you look at October average precipitation for Northern California, it's about 1 inch over the month. We got 3 inches. So that's, 200 or 300 times or percentage, greater than what we were, but it's still only 3 inches. It's not really going to result in these big outflows. Right.
And looking at the last 17 months at the statewide water production and the percent reductions compared to the 2013, which is the baseline, purple bars on this chart show monthly conservation levels, and for October 2016, we're at 19.5%. Orange line has tracked the cumulative percent saved compared to the baseline, and we are now at 22.8%. And there is a line added in turquoise for the last 5 months when there was a significant change in how the state-mandated conservation standards are determined and set. And so for those last 5 months, we have cumulative savings of 19.4%. compared to the baseline. And this October, average statewide residential gallons per capita per day was 89.5 gallons, and that compares favorably to last year when the statewide average was 87.2. So there has been some drop in conservation, but it's pretty close to the average that we had statewide. Of course, it's a matter of statistics and breaking it down by regions. And so looking at the water production by hydrologic region to kind of get a little bit more granular in terms of what we've had in terms of water production and the precipitation, the map on the right shows just October, and it's, again, just a spatial representation of where and how much precipitation fell compared to the average. So when it says 4 times as much as average, it may mean 4 inches compared to 1, but we do see that in Northern California we've had a lot of precipitation. It was one of the wettest Octobers on record. And then map on the left that shows the water production for 2015 in orange bars and 2016 water production in blue bars. We do see that those regions that had a lot of precipitation actually decreased their water production compared to last year, when all urban water suppliers had state-mandated water conservation targets that were set based on use. And so we do see that the production went down in those regions. In fact, we have some high-using water districts that were able to decrease their water production by a lot, given this immense precipitation for October. And in Southern California, of course, the drought continues. There was below average precipitation, and the water production went up compared to last year, but still savings compared to the baseline.
Yeah, it's interesting because if you look at the South Coast difference, it's quite a bit different, larger than some of the whole hydrologic regions like North Coast and North Lahontan and Central Coast.
Most people are in our Southern Coast region in terms of California population, so those bars are always so tall. And looking at general performance of suppliers in terms of water conservation in October 2016, this chart shows how each of our suppliers did. And I will start with the blue and the purple pie slices, showing that 50% of suppliers that reported in October 2016 reported water savings 20% or more compared to the baseline. The green slice shows 38% of suppliers saving between 10 and 20%, and these suppliers serve about 18 million people. So we have really the majority of population and urban water suppliers saving really at high rates in October. About 10-12% of suppliers saved less than 10% compared to the baseline. And it's really important to continue to highlight the fact that low conservation for a month does not mean low effort, because those areas where low per capita use has been a culture over many years have less opportunity to conserve. And so even low percentage savings can mean really a large conservation and efficiency implemented in those areas. And I will now hand it over to Jasmine, who will give us an enforcement update and introduce again the new Office of Enforcement staff who will be helping with the water conservation effort.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Spivey-Weber, Board Member Moore. Our Office of Enforcement continues our usual and necessary follow-up with non-reporters, the suppliers that are out of compliance with their conservation standards, and those that are under conservation and alternative compliance orders. Today I want to talk a bit more about our supplemental environmental projects, particularly the one for Indio Water Authority, which will be nearing completion at the end of the year. So when the administrative civil liability was assessed to Indio last fall, they were missing their conservation standard of 36% by 10%, which translated to a volume of over 300 million gallons. Now, through our settlement negotiations, we agreed to allow the Indio Water Authority to complete a project that went above and beyond what was required of them in lieu of paying the monetary assessment imposed. India's proposed project included increased public outreach, an introduction of an evaporative cooler rebate, and the creation of a customer website portal for customers to track their water usage in real time. Over the past couple months, as they've been implementing the project, India has found that the evaporative cooler rebate program was not as popular as they had expected, but the public outreach piece had gained a lot of traction. For these reasons, we have tentatively agreed to allow Indio to reallocate some of the funds that were towards the evaporative cooler rebate program to increased outreach in schools, particularly those in disadvantaged areas of the community. And they also wanted to install a demonstration garden with drought-tolerant desert plants as part of that. So as of October 2016, Indio is now exceeding its 0% standard by over 18%. Although India's supplemental environmental project is near completion, it is certainly not the end of the road. The items that I mentioned in their supplemental environmental project are a small part of a larger $2 million project that they have, and most of that involves expediting the process of installing advanced metering infrastructure. So we are seeing that Indio is indeed going above and beyond with their conservation program and finding ways to make conservation a way of life in their community. So the supplemental environmental projects for Coachella Valley Water District and the City of Redlands are on track to be completed in spring and summer of 2017, and we'll update you at a later date on those. So lastly, I wanted to introduce our new staff, Angelis Caliso, who will be working on conservation enforcement. I apologize for not having a name tag for her. She just started last week. So I'll be starting to transition away, but you'll continue to see me in the realms of sub-policy revision and environmental justice.
Thank you. Eric or Helena, I think it'll be January. It could be even February, but within the next few months, if we could get someone from Southern California who knows about groundwater, not so much the metropolitan because they're going to be dealing with imports, but what is the effect of the lack of rainfall in Southern California on groundwater basins? We don't have to hear from all the water masters that are out there, but maybe the Santa Ana Watershed Project Authority, as well as someone from the LA basin.
Certainly, we can look and see who'd be appropriate and who has significant reliance on groundwater and how that kind of ties into imported water and the management of that basin.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Mr. Is that it?
We can wrap up really quickly. Just kind of shift gears a little bit towards broader efforts. On November 30th, so hot off the press, 5 state agencies, State Water Board, Department of Water Resources, CPUC, Energy Commission, and Department of Food and Agriculture released a draft report as directed by Governor's Executive Order 3715, 16, Making Conservation California Way of Life. And this report is out for public review and comment. Agencies will hold a meeting tomorrow. Information about the webinar, how to participate via computer or in person is at the link that's up on the slide. And the comments are requested by December 19th. The link to the draft report is also up on the screen. And I don't know if Eric wants to highlight any of the pieces.
I think that's a great overview. Just very quickly, we do have the webinar tomorrow. We are encouraging people to attend via the webinar just because space is limited. Otherwise, it will be in the CDFA auditorium tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. We will accept public comments through December 19th, 2016, and the procedure for submitting those comments via email or written is available on the DWR links above.
So those are the next steps for Those are the next steps for the draft report. For the executive order, we also have next steps for the emergency regulation, which expires in a couple of months. So currently we are accepting annual reports from small water suppliers. The reports are due December 15th, so we have our website open the entire month for those reports, and smaller suppliers report once a year. We will continue to urge the cool, rainy, wet season conservation messaging, because there is a prohibition to irrigate after measurable rainfall, and so we need to remind people of that. And we also know how much can be saved if we turn off the irrigation if it's raining. October is a great example of that. And we have a tentatively scheduled workshop on extending the emergency regulation for January 18th, 2017. It's going to be at the minimum to extend the prohibitions, but depending on hydrologic conditions and water outlook, other pieces might be included in the extension. And for those following along online, we have a lot more information on our conservation portal that's being released concurrently with this presentation, including a fact sheet, press release, and details about today's report.
Thank you very much. Mr. Howard, do you want to introduce item number 9?
Yes, we've been working for quite some time on regulations for indirect and a feasibility study on direct potable reuse, and we're required by the legislature to submit a report by the end of the year on the feasibility of developing uniform recycling criteria for direct potable reuse, and the report is prepared, and this is an information item to describe the report. Robert, would you like to introduce folks?
Good afternoon, Member Moore and Vice Chair Spivey Weber. With me is Randy Barnard. He's our Recycle Water Unit Chief, and to the left of him is Mark Bartson. He's our Technical Programs Chief. I'm really pleased to sit here and tell you that we are ready to submit our report to the legislature on the feasibility of developing direct potable reuse regulations. And I know you're running low on time, so I'm just going to go ahead and turn it right over to Randy. And if you have a question, just ask anytime.
All right. Oh, there we go. We just passed by a couple extra slides there. Good morning, board members. I'm going to update you on some of the public comments that we received and tell you about the minor changes that we've made to the feasibility report. So since the last time we spoke in front of you, we've completed the required 45-day public comment period, which ran through September and October. And during the review period, we held 2 public workshops, one in Los Angeles and one in Sacramento. We also held an extra 3 special briefings for the Water Reuse of California membership. One was in the San Diego area, one was in the LA area, and then the third was in the San Francisco area. At each of these meetings, we provided information on how the public could make formal comments to this draft report. And by the end of the review period, we received 39 separate comment letters from over 60 different organizations and general public members, totaling almost 250 separate comments for the report. The majority of the comments we received were from 23 utilities and 16 environmental groups. We also received 2 coalition letters, one from industry associations. As you can see, many of these are from the larger ones in California, for example, Water Reuse and AWWA. And one of the letters was from the environmental groups, which many you'll recognize here, like Surf Riders and RDC. We received good feedback from all of the comment letters. Some we used to revise the draft report, but most were really not applicable to be considered for this draft report, but we're going to consider them when we're implementing our implementation plan in the coming months and when we begin drafting the criteria. That's when those comments are going to be more applicable. So what I want to show you now is some of the major comments that we grouped into some common categories. I'll briefly summarize the comments and then I'll let you know how we address those. The first comment group is regarding the lack of timeline, specifics, and deadlines in our report. Some commenters were concerned that without these timelines being explicitly stated, the task of completing DPR criteria becomes an open-ended process that will result in uncertainty for the stakeholders, especially agencies that are looking into incorporating DPR reuse into their future water supply plans. So we did, for these comments, update our draft report. We clarified the milestones and the metrics for success in the implementation plan table that's contained in our report. And we added additional descriptions of the work that's going to be needed to refine the implementation plan. Now, DDW is planning on refining the report's implementation plan even further in 2017, and this will be to provide more detail and more specific timelines as we discover over the next few months exactly what kind of future work will be needed for us to be able to move forward. The industry is actually helping us with this right now. We are reviewing and are considering the suggested implementation plan updates that were submitted by Water Reuse and Trestle Technologies. They provide us some details on how we can move forward with the research recommendations, so we're using their input to help us out. The next group of comments were concerning CECs. We did not revise the draft report based on these comments. The reason is because the expert panel had already addressed chemicals to the extent of evaluating the feasibility of developing criteria for DPR. And staff will continue to address community concerns on chemicals using scientific panels such as the Blue Ribbon Panel, which is convened per the recycled water policy, as well as by conducting the research recommendations related to the chemicals per the implementation plan, which we discussed in our report. And DDW will continue to review the outcomes of existing state and federal programs that identify new CECs. Then there were
before we go any further, John, I assume that DDW is included in the
Yes.
review with CECs.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
Then there were the comments in support of our proposed phased approach in developing DPR regulations. And again, we did not need to revise the draft report for these comments. The draft report already states that developing DPR criteria will require a deliberate and phased approach. DDW will develop a strategy for regulating DPR as part of refining the implementation plan. And that process will allow us to provide more details on the risk profiles and specific work framework for phasing these regulations in the future. There were comments wanting case-by-case approval of DPR projects before formal regulations are adopted. So we did not, again, update or revise the draft report regarding these issues. The report to legislature is on the feasibility of developing criteria. And since there are still remaining research needs, work to be done to develop a strategy for regulating DPR, and unknown knowledge gaps to ultimately develop criteria for DPR, DDW finds it's premature to specifically comment in the report on case-by-case approval of DPR projects in the draft report. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves since there's still much to do in the developing of a safe criteria. DDW thinks this would be more of a policy decision outside the scope of the report, and that a good set of criteria must be developed before a case-by-case approval can really be considered. And a utility should be evaluating other options, including groundwater recharge or surface water augmentation first, before a project without adopted regulations would be considered on a case-by-case basis. The next group was a catch-all for suggestions of what should be included in a new DPR criteria. And we did not revise the report on these comments either. These were outside the scope of the report. The draft report is to determine the feasibility of developing uniform criteria for DPR, not to specify what the criteria should be. So some of the suggestions were regarding TMF capacity, non-RO treatment train alternatives, and mitigations for the impact to the distribution system once DPR water is introduced into the distribution system. So we found these to be thoughtful, helpful comments, and we will consider them during the development of the criteria. We just don't need to put them into the draft report at this time. And then there were comments providing support for a new operator certification program. We did not revise the draft report based on these comments. While the draft report emphasizes the importance of an operator training and certification program, these comments are more appropriately addressed outside of the draft report. Currently, we are fully engaged with Aqua and CWEA to address these issues. And we are in communication with DFA Office of Operator Certification regarding developing a certification program. Now, this next set of comments requested clear definitions of the 3 types of DPR in the report. And we did not revise the report regarding these issues either. There's already statutory definitions for 2 types of DPR. One, where the recycled water is introduced directly upstream of a surface water treatment plant, and one where the treated recycled water is introduced directly into the potable water distribution system, which, in our opinion, has approval far down the road compared to the other types of DPR and potable reuse. The draft report states these 2 statutory definitions of DPR in multiple locations already. Now, the 3rd type of DPR, which people are starting to talk about, consists of a project putting treated recycled water into a very small environmental buffer, like a small surface water reservoir. This came up because the expert panel, in their final report, considered a theoretical hydraulic retention time of less than 2 months to be considered DPR and not surface water augmentation. Again, the report is regarding the feasibility, and this issue is more regarding the specific criteria development. So at this point, it's still premature to define various subsets of the statutorily defined DPR types. So DDW will develop framework for DPR criteria that will help address and manage risks across the entire continuum as the environmental buffer shrinks down to 0 and the projects become more of a flange-to-flange type DPR, like we've talked about before. And the last group of comments that I'm going to show you was regarding the request for continuity between the future surface water augmentation and the DPR regulations. The report was not revised for these comments either. DDW understands that industry is anxious to review the final draft of the surface water augmentation regulations, which we anticipate posting for public comment per the APA regulations during the first quarter of 2017. The draft report talks about the importance of maintaining a continuum between these criteria, going from surface water augmentation through DPR. And we have done so with our draft surface water augmentation regulations. And I wanted to state that the absence of a public review of the surface water augmentation draft reg is not holding up any current projects that are moving forward. We're working hand in hand with these projects to help keep them on track until these draft regulations come out. And just a statement for any commentators or commenters who may want to hold back this report to the legislature so that they can see the surface water augmentation draft regulations first. Well, nothing in this report to legislature will change based on the comments that they may have on surface water augmentation. The report says that what is not covered under surface water augmentation is going to be covered under DPR, which is consistent with what the expert panel findings were. So remember that the report to legislature is not a regulation, it is just a report. There will be future opportunity for public comments as the criteria, as the DPR criteria are developed in the future. And the regulation adoption process, which includes the board process and the APA process, will also provide opportunity for comments from the public on that. So I whipped through this quickly for you, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mark.
Thank you, Randy. Mark Bartson here with the Division of Drinking Water. I've been involved with this project from the beginning, starting when we were at CDPH, and it's great to be to this point. I'm going to go through a couple of the high points related to what's next primarily. So first, let's talk about overall how the next step in developing criteria, moving in that direction will occur. So as we highlighted in the report and we've talked about before is how do we ensure that DPR will be safe in every case all of the time? And one of the key documents for that I'll talk about in a minute is developing this common framework. We think that's a fairly near-term task we can finish in 2017. We have our implementation plan as we laid it out in the DPR report that we've, as Randy noted, we've added some more detail to. It's still probably more of the 4,000 or 5,000 foot level at everything. We haven't gotten into extreme detail because that will be coming in the months ahead here. So there's our implementation plan, and again, the findings from the research are needed to fill in key parts of the regulation and to inform us in how to actually write the regulations and to fully develop the concepts and the specifics that we would incorporate in the regulations, in any regulations. So I want to mention again, we did get quite a few comments on the phased approach, and people want to make sure that industry, I think in particular, wanted to make sure that that we're serious about approaching the easiest form of DPR first, where you have a smaller reservoir that is less retention time than will be required under the surface water augmentation regulations, and that is our intention to look at that first. DPR projects with a small environmental barrier that wouldn't meet the requirements of the surface water augmentation regulations. And the other concept we've developed is gaining experience from surface water projects, surface water augmentation projects that are moving forward, whether through pilot studies, investigation, construction, and eventually operation. So we feel like there's a real lot to learn from that. We know for sure, especially as we try to move towards more advanced, regulating more advanced forms of direct DPR. And we on the technical, managerial, and financial criteria, we're going to focus this coming year on fleshing that out to ensure that agencies that understand the challenges of DPR and are capable and committed to meet the high standards. That's what we've seen in the potable reuse industry so far. We want to make sure all agencies can learn from that and understand the commitment and the level of effort required to take the step into potable reuse, whether groundwater recharge or surface water augmentation or DPR. So a couple of things I wanted to mention these because they're not specifically listed in the report. They're probably getting down into the details more than we've done in the report so far. We're starting to do an analysis of any staffing needs we might need, either short-term, medium-term, or long-term to work on this criteria. That needs to be done fairly quickly, obviously, because if we're going to need people to get this done, we need to identify that. We don't see that we need people right away, but we want to think that through and do the analysis now. We've talked in the report references the DPR criteria framework document where we develop a concept of how all of the three main forms of DPR and potentially subsets of those, how those would fit together in a criteria framework document. We're confident we can get that finished in 2017. Process there will be an internal work group and then daylighting it with industry and getting feedback and help from industry on thinking that through. We want to finish an analysis of the TMF elements that are essential to the success of DPR projects. What are the things that agencies absolutely have to do to be successful with this in the long run? And a big piece of the puzzle for this coming year is reporting on implementation plan progress to the board at one or more of our meetings, and of course having transparency through our website and so on. So those are some of the things that we want to make sure that in addition to our implementation plan, we have these specific elements that we're confident we can look at, as we're carrying out the implementation plan, work on these important pieces too. Beyond the level of detail that we have in the report, but there are things we've talked about. So the next steps to finalizing our DPR feasibility report is to brief our agency and the governor's office. They've seen the revisions we've made. They've seen the draft report, of course. See what they have to say and go through that. Submit the final report to the legislature this year. So that's what we have next. And I'll open it up to questions here.
I only have one major question, and it's to Randy and to Mark, I think. both. You mentioned that you wanted to be able to show something to the industry, and I'm just, it's technical perhaps, but are we talking the recycled water industry? Are we talking the drinking water industry, or both? Because right now, the enthusiasm that I hear is from the recycled water industry, but maybe I'm not seeing the drinking water industry as heavily represented in the various meetings that I go to. I don't know. So my question to both of you is the drinking water industry being engaged directly in this? Because the recycled water kind of stems from wastewater and then into use. The drinking water industry has been somewhat separate, in my opinion.
I think I can take a shot at that. I think starting with our own district offices, the staff of our district offices, we have made an effort to brief them on the process as we moved through the development of the surface water augmentation regulations in this report. And one of the first things we want is our district office staff to really understand the scientific and technical basis of, well, of course, groundwater recharge, surface water augmentation regulations, and now the possibility of moving towards DPR, because they really are ambassadors with the water systems. And when our staff's out in the field, we want them to be able to talk knowledgeably about all this, even if they're not involved with it on a day-to-day basis. So there's that part of it that we've done some with. We need to do more. And I think certainly the drinking water industry, there's been quite a bit of outreach. We need to do a lot more collectively. That's something I think we can collaborate with AWWA and the recycling agencies and operator certification to do more of that. So we need everybody to understand the technical and scientific basis of where we are now and where we may be going. So
can I add to that? Sure. So I just want to add a little bit to that. So down in Southern California, the two major projects that we're working on helping them with their surface water augmentation, they're city agencies, and they're both wastewater, drinking water side. So as we're working with them, we're working with both sides of the house. And as we start to move forward and get these stakeholder groups together and any technical groups to help us out with the reg review or implementation plan review, we will make sure that both sides are represented. Because with surface water augmentation, the regs are going to be split into both sides of Title 22, the recycled water side and drinking water side. So.
That's good, because I just, my key experience has been with LA Department of Water and Power, and they too do both. Or, well, actually, wastewater is being done in a separate agency, but the drinking water folks are, I won't say isolated, but they're in their own special bubble within the agency, and sometimes they're not as visible as they perhaps need to be, and to be part of this conversation, because I think sometimes it's too dominated as a conversation by the wastewater folks, who are clearly quite excited about it, and it is quite exciting. But we're moving into new territory, particularly with direct potable, and so we actually are having to change hats from wastewater to drinking water, and I just honestly don't think most folks grasp what that really means.
Well,
and
Fran,
so. Yes, go ahead.
A
Robert.
case in point is, as it moves into the more direct potable reuses, it is a new source of supply for drinking water. So we will have to, the drinking water will have to permit every single one of these uses. So it is moving there. And as water suppliers look at this as another source of supply, then they can help reduce other uses or other demands that they're looking at and where they're going to get that source. So this is the transition between the two sides of the house, and they are meeting it in recycled water, definitely.
I think that is it. Thank you for reducing your presentation. I really appreciate it.
Yep, congratulations on hitting the deadline, too.
Yes.
Good work.
Yes, absolutely. Mr. Howard, can you introduce item number 11? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't get comment cards. Are there comment cards? Oops. There's one. Okay. Well, thank you. We can do that. We can do that. Agenda item number 8. Or actually, it's that item number 9, actually. Isn't it? Yeah, it's number 9.
One of them not necessary. You see that one you have in your hand right there. Sorry. Yeah, that was the wrong one. Yeah, right.
Well, in my career, I'm struck by how drinking water agencies that didn't even recognize this as a potential source of water supply when I started in the early 90s are now champions. And they will go nameless, but it's incredible the cultural shift in the drinking water and many drinking water agencies in the state just over the course of my brief career.
I stand corrected. We have 4 blue cards. First, Jennifer West, followed by Adam Link, followed by Sean Bothwell, followed by Andrea Ventura. Oh, Andrea. Oh, come on. Yes, of course. Well, this is family, so why not?
Emily, thank you. Hi, I'm Andrea Ventura with Clean Water Action. I will make this very brief. I just, first of all, want to start out by commending everyone that was involved in this, from the expert panel to the advisory group, which I had the honor of being a part of, to staff. Everybody worked very hard to get this in and on time. So thank you. And so that's my main reason for being here, is to commend us and to commend the process and say that we think the report to the legislature is a good one. I know this is not a decision-making time, but I did want to say that we feel very strongly that it is very important for the board to move forward in a deliberative fashion, but also with as much expediency as possible to establish the criteria. We are probably the one group that has expressed that we have some doubts about the permitting case by case. And part of that is because we know that we're going to have a role to play, as does the board, as do the water providers, in convincing the public in some cases that this is part of California's water portfolio and needs to be part of that portfolio. But we think that if we get the criteria in place and we move forward in a strong sense, everybody is going to know what they need to invest in, what they don't need to invest in, and we can better communicate to the public on that. But the main purpose of my being here today is to say, please, let's get cracking on this. We need the water, and we need to start moving on this as quickly as possible. Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer.
I will be as quick as well. And I also want to thank the staff and the board for their efforts on this.
Oh, introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Jennifer West with Water Reuse California. Thank you very much for the presentation. And we too are looking at this report as extremely important to us. And we want to have it be seen as the clear path forward for developing DPR regulations going forward. So I was taking notes, trying to figure out what they're, it seems like most of our comments, frankly, were not going to be accepted. But I still want to thank you because I really did appreciate the explanation on each one of the cases. And it sounds like you've thought a lot about how you're going to move forward beyond just the issuance of the report. And we appreciate that. One of the main concerns, I'm going to have a couple specifics. One of the overarching concerns that I have and remain to have is the staffing for this. And I know from working with DDW that already their staff is low because we have some other needs that have, that I know you just don't have endless staff for all these things. So as we look at this and do the evaluation, I think it's really important that we begin in 2017 and find out what staffing you're actually going to need for this. So that's one thing we're going to be continuing to talk to you about. And then we went through the implementation plan. I heard that you were going to be making some revisions to that. There was one issue, a couple major issues that I didn't hear how you were going to resolve, but are important to the recycled water and the wastewater community. And that deals with how you're going to deal with raw wastewater monitoring and source control. And in both of those cases, there wasn't, either it was, we would ask that in both of the issues on how you're going to monitor raw wastewater, that you convene and work with stakeholders to do this and address these issues. This is also important to the California Association of Sanitation Agencies who couldn't be here today. So we ask that you specifically address that in the report to the legislature, because there were some aspects of your implementation plan that were not clear to us on that point. The same in source control as well in pretreatment. So I don't know if those changes are being made because you said you're making implementation changes, but those are pretty important. Appreciate your explanation on the definitional issues, which were problematic in that it would be nice to see both definitions lined up at the same time, but yet we don't have the surface water augmentation. But I appreciate your statement that they're going to align. So we'll hold out till the beginning of January and make sure that that's the case. And we do believe that permitting these projects on a case-by-case basis will give us a lot of information, as they did for the groundwater projects. So we think that will probably be necessary, but understand that will not be in the report. So I guess I conclude with asking that those additions and edits will be made to the implementation plan in terms of those two sections that I read off.
Randy, can you comment on that?
To be honest, I don't remember the exact wording, how we've changed it, and I don't have a copy of it in front of me. But I made a note that we're going to go back and we will look at those two to see how we address it in the implementation.
Okay.
I think on the raw wastewater monitoring, there's a general concern about compulsory influent monitoring without without the whole EPA method or the lab method being all worked out. I suspect you probably addressed that.
Yeah, there was a question about whether we would put some requirement in the permit or handle it some other way, and we'll take another look at that, Jennifer.
But these were good comments, but it was a common sense sort of thing where we're not going to just go wholesale, issue monitoring requirements for all the discharges, but it was more, as was suggested in the comments, look at this in a targeted pilot way with folks that are interested in pursuing DPR and that sort of thing. So it seemed like something you could respond to. Yeah.
Adam? Is he not here? I don't see him.
I think there's parts that if necessary too, then not on that one on the bottom.
If necessary only, you're right. Okay. Sean?
I'll make this short too. Good afternoon, board. Sean Bothwell, Policy Director for California Coastkeeper Alliance. I'm not going to repeat a lot of the things that I said back in the workshop. I think it was about a month ago, and they were also in my comments. Just I'm going to respond to a couple of things I guess I heard today. Regarding the more precise timeline stuff, I really appreciate that DDW is going to work on a framework in 2017. I urge you to make it as precise as possible and really lay it out in a way where we see, the step-by-step timeline you're going to take to get us to DPR criteria. I heard you say that you're going to work with industry to help review stuff. I'd really appreciate if you open that up to other stakeholders. I know that the framework or implementation schedule is really important to our stakeholders, and so we would like to be, part of that. And just overall making the process more transparent in the coming year, whether it be a comment period or allowing there to be this type of hearing going forward would be really helpful. I also heard something that was important to us, and Jennifer mentioned it as well, is really calculating what resources you need. And I think that's something I really pushed before, was being very explicit to the legislature and to all of us of what you need to get to DPR criteria. And I heard you say that you're still reviewing, what type of resources you're going to need moving forward. It's kind of a lost opportunity because, I was hoping that in this report that there would be those specifics in there to the legislature. And one of our proposed recommendations is the SB 918, which essentially, got all this started. It actually has a requirement that the State Water Board go before the legislature and provide them an update annually on the progress that's being made. And I kind of doubt that's been happening, but I thought this was a very good opportunity with the report being done to present the report specifically to a budget committee hearing to report on what type of resources you need to move forward. I thought that was this would have been a good opportunity to do that. So when those numbers are available, you might want to think of considering doing that. Then finally, the definition of terms. I understood that 2 of the 3 types of DPR were already defined as DPR. I don't think that necessarily was our concern. I think our concern was this idea that we're going to do it in a 3-phased approach. And so essentially you're going to be regulating DPR in 3 different ways. And to me, it seems responsible to have different terms for each of those. So it's just not open-ended, and we know what those terms are. Hopefully in the future, whether it be the legislature or the State Water Board as you move forward, someone will define those terms so that we're not always explaining what the process is and we actually have a word for it. But with that, I really thank DDW and the State Water Board for this, and thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Howard, will you introduce item number 11?
Yes, thank you. Looks like James Mon is going to, someone else. Dat Tran is going to do the presentation on the annual Drinking Water State Revolving Fund report for fiscal year 2015-16.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Spicy Weber and Board Member Moore, Stephen Moore. My name is Dat Tran. I am the Chief of the Drinking Water Assistance Section, and I'm here to present to you the 2015-16 annual report for the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. If it seems like I was just here 5 months ago, I was. So this is the last, this is sort of a catch-up year for us, so we're on the same term with clean water. So I will touch briefly on the financial result, the performance result, and the direction of the DWSRF program, and also the financing past, present, and future, where we're going, what kind of demands are we looking at. Okay, so since 1997, we have financed 413 agreements in over $2.5 billion. And of those, the principal forgiveness we provided, and in this presentation, I will refer to grants as of principal forgiveness is essentially grants, but that's a term we can't use with EPA, doesn't want us to use. So $308 million is principal forgiveness that we've given out. And the 2015-16 financings, there are year we have done 23 financing agreements for over $323 million versus the 118 that we did in the previous year. And in terms of cash flow management, we have the federal cash balance, we decreased that from 455 to the $90 million since 2012 when we got the corrective action plan. And that will be, I promise, the last time I mentioned corrective action plan, so we'll retire that for good.
That's where we went from worst to first, right?
Yes. And so in this graph, if you pay attention to the right-hand side, we have stepped up and essentially increase our financing commitment. Therefore, we reduce the California Global ULO. A couple of the keys program targets. EPA want us to provide 15% of cumulative available funds to small water systems, and also if you look at the graphs here on the right, on beginning 2012, we are to provide between 20 to 30% of the capitalization grant as principal forgiveness. So what we did is we went back and we maxed out all the previous cap grant. This is what we did. So we went, and if you notice, the maximum 30%, there's a check next to all the years prior to this last cap grant year. So with that in mind, we do have in the 2015-16 cap grant, we only spend 2%, 2 of the 30%. So we still have 28%. The reason I want to point that out is we can, if need be, go back and max that out. So as you, there are available funds there to help disadvantaged community water system, such as Kettleman City. Performance matrix. So this is, if you notice, we've had significantly increased the number of applications that we met the target of 9 months or less, from processing, from application completeness to financing agreement. We've gone from 40 to 61% for the construction applications, and all the way increased by 70% for the planning. And also disbursements gone up significantly, and thanks to Lance and staff. I think Lance is here. We've gone, and it's a tremendous work, and it's represented there under the disbursement request volume. If you can see, almost 500 disbursement requests come in, and we pay. And so I have to give a shout out to this would not have been possible if it wasn't for the collective effort that we all make, not just the technical engineer, but the environmental staff, the financial staff, and the legal staff, and also the contract staff who put all these, make this all possible. And I have to say, this is actually the first week that we are all here at the Cal EPA building. So I think the last staff moved from East End Complex last week, right, Jim? So I expect the number to go up even more now that we're all together, right? You can expect that. Now, of the 23 financing agreement, if you take a quick look, the breakdown for the 17 small water system and 6 went to the large, but the cost is inversely. So most of the working, however, it went to the 17 for that $35.8 million. And I will touch on some of the directions where we're going and the breakdown of those projects. One thing I want to point out is the two major, if you look at pie charts, 2 major changes are from treatment and transmission distribution. The treatments have gone down from 88% down to by 16%. It's reduced by 16%, however, and the transmissions have increased from 5 to 11%. That's significant because the next slide we're going to talk about it. It is the result of consolidation. We treat less individual little systems and we consolidate, and that's the direction that we wanted to do. So this kind of fall in line with that. So one of the things we have shift and the direction of the DWSRF program, we wanted to shift our focus. We continue to work with the large water system. However, we're shifting our focus on working more with the medium-sized water system, the one that are 10,000 populations or more. Those are the people that are but less than 100,000 populations. So we target those because they're the one that cannot self-finance some of the larger projects, improvements. They can't easily sell a bond. They sometimes can't even, it takes time for them to even get a credit. They don't even have any credit. So those are where we're shifting. We continue to work with the large. However, we shift our focus and work more with the medium, the one that really needed our help. And as you know, those medium size are the ones that are not eligible. Some of them are disadvantaged, severely disadvantaged, but they can't get any access to any of our principal forgiveness. So we'll help them in whatever way we can. And one thing with the last slide, when you look at it, the breakdown, the 17 financing agreement of the 23. So primarily, a lot of the work went into the small water system. So one big direction, one change we made was adding a unit to the Office of Sustainable Water Solution, which Julie behind me is chief of that. And the office will work more and manage the small and disadvantaged water system and working with them. And so that's where we shift staffing. And we continue to work on consolidation, because with consolidation is one and the only way that I believe that we could achieve, a small and non-sustainable water system can achieve TMF is to consolidate with somebody that's larger, because we can finance their projects, but if they're not sustainable, that's not something the EPA want us to do. And we work closely with DDW, Division of Drinking Water, to identify potential consolidation projects, and I understand they have hired a couple of staff who work on consolidation, so we work closely with them. And here's just some, if you look at it, comparing the agreements that we've done on consolidation, 14-15, we have one planning loan that we're doing consolidation, one planning. And in 15-16, we have 4 construction consolidation and 1 planning. And that result in 3.5 water system eliminated. What are you up to that? 3.5. Well, what happened is the half the system is one water system that was eliminated with 2 financing agreement over the 2 years. So we just break it to 2 different years. So that's, and this is my last slide, and I wanted to talk. So last year, 14-15, the fund projects commitment was 117. 15-16 was $325 million. And we're looking at 16 and beyond. We have demands as much as $1.4 billion. And this is just in line with the 2011 Drinking Water Needs Survey that project the California need about $1.9 billion in infrastructures per year. Of course, we're still waiting on the last, the 2015 needs survey, which my team worked very hard on, and we will see where that goes. With that in mind, I will take questions.
Welcome to the building. That's great.
Thank you very much. We love it.
Yeah, so clearly the drinking water SRF program is growing in demand as the clean water SRF program is. Similar steepness of slope on those last few years. So now I know in your IOUP, you have criteria and priorities and that sort of thing. Are we running into having to tell folks to look at other options like we're starting to talk about in the clean water, or are we still a few years away from that?
We are still a few years away from that. So right now, we welcome all.
Why don't you come on about 30 years?
Also, we recently got the okay from US EPA to go to the 30-year financing. So this is we now have that in drinking water, 30-year financing. That would help a lot of the medium-sized water system that 20 years is a financial hardship for them. So we can offer 30 years for all now.
One thing that we didn't talk about earlier when we had the actual financing decisions to make this morning was I think Julie mentioned it when she was briefing me, that we're spending significantly more time looking at the capacity of, I would say, medium-sized to small systems to do their O&M. And I want to just underscore that how important that is, because it could be very helpful in the consolidation decision on the part of the water agency.
Yes, most definitely, because capacity development, your technical, managerial, and financial ability, as we look at working with small water system and working with DDW on consolidation, we have to know the surviving system have to have good TMF. Just because they're large, they're doing fine, but they're struggling, that is a red flag. Before we add more to that water system, we don't want to solve a problem and create another one. So looking at TMF is definitely, and with respect to TMF, that is something that we have our TMF persons retired, George Ficella, so we're in the process of now advertising and adding somebody to replace George. And so TMF is now.
Are you looking for another Italian?
Yes, we take anybody who's passionate, who believe in TMF, and so I was very pleased to hear that direct potable reuse recognized that TMF is something that's very important they need to look at. So I'll be working very closely with Bob and Bob's staff to make sure that TMF is not something that Division of Financial Assistance can do. It has to be the Division of Drinking Water in conjunction. We have to work together on this. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have the rest of the afternoon for board member reports, I believe. Is that correct? We'll start with Steve. You have an hour. Go ahead.
Oh, that I were that busy with substantive issues. Well, I did go to the North Coast Board meeting last Wednesday, the 30th, and they adopted, it took them 3 tries, but on the 3rd try they adopted a general order for Humboldt Redwood Company to be consistent with the TMDL for the Elk River sediment. So that was a big milestone for North Coast. And I got to see the South Spit dune restoration there in Humboldt Bay, and that's quite an impressive effort.
I had a couple of major encounters this past week or 2 weeks since our last board meeting. One was to meet with many of the counties down in Palm Springs, and it was being hosted by the Hispanic caucus of the county supervisors, but many others came as well and were welcomed. And I would say it was a standing room only event. And most of the counties really seemed quite interested in a wide range of the things that we're working on. They were Karen Ross was there, as well as Gordon Burns, and it was I was heartened by it. So we possibly should be checking in with the counties in the future because I do think that this is a popular topic because they're getting tapped for so many of the activities that we're doing. And, the other one is I went to Silicon Valley on Friday, and they were particularly interested in the gray water use that San Francisco's proposing to do for their buildings, their commercial buildings, as well as for multifamily. The message that almost everyone gave to them from the different perspectives is that it's not just gray water, it's not just recycled water, it's not just anything, it's all of these waters together. And so it is one water, and I think that message got across. That's all I have. And in light of the fact that Michael is not here, we will simply adjourn and, take the consequences if we have to. Recess. Okay. So we'll recess until tomorrow when we will have a workshop on phase 2. Oh, huh.
Thank you, team.
Not this one. I'm off the hook for next time since we're not having them.
And we haven't done anything for the last month. So.